All right, what's up, everybody? Okay, and then this way slightly. There we go. All right, had to do a bit of a adjustment, but we're good. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. All right. God definitely exists, and there's so much proof, but you don't believe. That's on you. Well, why don't you come up and show us, Mark? Thanks, Board Cat. Appreciate you. So, you're a Christian, Mark. You're required by your Bible to provide an accounting for anyone who demands it. How's it going, Craigie? JLH, good day. Happy Friday. Chuck McNorris on the YouTube side. Happy Friday. And thank you, Board Cat. Appreciate you. I mean, me personally, I've seen angels. Okay. So if it's personal experience, my personal experience tells me there's no God. So must be true. Hey, do you want to talk about a specific religion or just the existence of God in a philosophical aspect? I particularly want to talk to Christians, Muslims, or Jews, or anyone who believes in a mind that created the universe. We can go over arguments if you want. Just whatever evidence you have. I've engaged in bed impossibles. Yeah, opinions aren't evidence. So, Artemis 2 mission is evidence God is real? How? Not good evidence, mostly just God of the gaps in arguments from incredulity. Surf Murph called it. Yeah, just not convinced. Like David Lane, yeah, atheists cannot defend unbelief. Yeah, just not convinced. I don't believe in God, but I don't have any evidence. I just do. All right. Why? Artemis 2 said astronaut said something about God, and that proves God is real. I don't know how that follows. Do not yoke a donkey together with a camel. Resist up. What's up? Happy Friday. Was. Aisha secular high. So happy Friday. So yeah, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and you have evidence that God is real and you're at least 18, request up. So, hey there.
Hello.
Happy Friday. How you feeling?
I am doing better today, thankfully, which is nice. So, yeah,
Good.
ready to get at it. I hope
Right.
the last couple days have gone well.
Yeah, they were.
In the live.
Yesterday was pretty chill. So, you just never know what you're going to get day to day. You know that?
That is fair.
Yeah.
That is
So
fair. The lives are like a box of chocolates.
They are very different. And that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it so fun. Speaking of box of
True.
chocolates, how you doing, godless pianist?
I'm doing all right. I was wondering, do you have any opinion on whether Jesus actually existed as a person or not?
I have no opinion on it. I am, thanks
I have
to
decided
Christ before Jesus, I am right in the middle.
I am decided to go down that rabbit hole, and it's something else.
Yeah, it is something. Yeah, it is. I think like right now, I've read the book, and right now, honestly, I have like bigger fish to fry in terms of, all kinds of different things related to this subject. So, it's probably like number 3 or 4 on the list. So
Yeah, it
I'll
doesn't
get to it one of these days.
necessarily prove God exists or anything, or there anything divine. It was a
Exactly.
curiosity, and I've had people ask me the question a few times, and I've never really had an opinion on it. So I decided to go down the rabbit hole, and yeah, it's
Well,
interesting. I'll go with
yeah, it
that.
is interesting. Yeah, you're right. It seems to me. Well, Ember, what's your thoughts on it? Do you have an opinion on it?
On whether Jesus existed
Yeah,
or
is
not.
real. Yeah.
Um, I'm apathetic. It really doesn't matter
Yeah,
to
I am
me.
too.
I just, yeah, and for me, it's like it doesn't matter because I don't believe in his divinity anyway.
Yeah.
I think if he did exist, he was either not well or intentionally starting a cult and wanting people to follow him. So I don't, I don't know.
Yeah. I think I'm in the
Don't
Just
get
same
me
boat as
kind of,
wrong.
you.
Don't
Yeah.
get me wrong. I don't. I'm apathetic about it too. I don't really see that. It doesn't really matter too much. It's more for an entertainment value that I'm going down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, yeah.
I just,
It's like
oh,
it's
absolutely.
yeah, it's like like good reading by the fire,
yeah, it's kind of like when you debate the plot of Back to the Future with your best friend, and you act it like it's real. Kind of like that kind of that
Yeah.
kind of entertainment.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, but I think I'm with you, Ember. That's a better way to put it. I'm apathetic to it. It doesn't matter. Now it would put to bed the whole idea. Like if they were to prove that Jesus wasn't real, yeah, it puts to bed the whole idea of divinity, right? But, uh, you know, I don't think that's going to happen. It's so hard to prove a negative. So it's a big uphill climb. It's not.
Yeah,
Speaking of
we would have to get a ton of evidence.
Yeah, ton of evidence, right? So
In order to prove it, and
yeah,
it just, yeah, like you said, like that's a huge hill to climb.
that's a big hill to climb. Yeah. So, but
speaking of
hey,
things that are
no,
hard.
yeah, but nothing against Christ before Jesus doing what they're doing. Hey man, go for it.
Speaking of things that are hard, catching you on a time whenever you're not super busy with people on here, it's
uh,
crazy. You're one of the most popular people on here.
oh well, thank you. Yeah, I think it's just I'm, I'm fortunate just to be here at this time. Like I found a spot that I can be where I can be on every day. For a good chunk of time. I think that's just all it is. I'm just here. So I don't think it really has much to do with anything else other than, I'm not any more special than anybody else. So it's just I'm here. That's really all it is. But hey, I appreciate it. I mean, I appreciate people watching. I appreciate people getting something out of it, so it's nice.
Do you ever have any like dead time at the beginning? Like, do you have to like, start talking about whatever to get people to come in?
Not now. Like I got 2 guests waiting now, which I'll bring up in a sec here. So hang tight, guests. Thank you for waiting. But no, it just now in the beginning, yeah, I did. Like it was a bit of time to get people into the live. Mm-hmm.
That's my difficult thing right there, is figuring out what to do with to fill that time till like somebody comes in. So I've tried to come up with some kind of subject to start blabbing about it.
Yeah. I just imagine there are people in the hallway that are watching, that are lurking, before they tap to enter the channel to live. And I just imagine there's at least one person there. And I just figure I'm talking to that person. That's what I imagined in the beginning. That I was like, there must be somebody just waiting to see if they're wanting to come in. So I'll just say something. Just say hey, and see who comes in.
Whenever I host, I'll usually, I don't know, just kind of do a sing-songy thing, you know, kind of welcoming people in.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'll play the piano.
There you go.
Yeah, you could do stuff like
That's
that.
a good idea.
Fill
Pianist.
the
So,
dead
guys,
air.
just so you know, if I drop real suddenly, we do have tornadoes around me, and there's been tornado warnings every so often. So,
Well, shit. I hope you don't get swept away. I mean, that's kind of that's concerning. Because
just letting you know, if I drop it's
Okay.
because of a siren or something.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully it's not that you get sent to, you know, Neverland or
Valhalla.
something.
I'm gonna go to Valhalla.
Or go see the wizard. How about that? I wish that for you. That you get to go see the wizard.
I was gonna say, don't land in
I can rock some ruby red shoes.
There you go. There you go.
Don't land in Munchkin Land. You'll never get that song out of your head.
Yeah, right. Well, do you guys want to stick around? Like, well, Ember,
Absolutely.
It's a given, but Godless, do you want to stick around? We have a guest waiting, 2 guests waiting.
Absolutely.
So
let's do it.
All right. Okay, so again, if you are in the guest queue, this is both on TikTok and YouTube. Please be at least 18, a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, or at least a mind that created the universe. And please have evidence that God is real. All right, let's go with Raphael. How's it going?
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing good. Hey, can I get your age and pronouns, please?
I am 34 years old and I am a man.
Okay. Now, as a man, do you prefer people refer to you as he, him, or she, her, or
Yes.
they, them?
Yes. Yes, he, him, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very
It's
good.
good for me. Yeah.
All right, it's good for you. All right.
And you, what's your name?
My name is Trust, and I'm
Trust,
he, him,
okay.
and these are my
He, him,
friends.
okay.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself, Ember. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Raphael and I'm from Austria.
Oh,
My
great.
English is not that good.
Oh, no, it's fine. And what I asked was Ember and Godless to introduce themselves. I'm sorry. I wasn't clear on that. Yeah, go ahead, Ember.
Yeah, so I'm Ember, and my pronouns are they, them.
And Godless?
My name is Godless Pianist, and my pronouns are he, him.
All right. Okay, we all know each other. All right, Raphael, which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Christian God. So
Okay.
I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic Christian. And I just wanted to you claimed what is the best evidence for God, right? This is
Yeah.
your main question here.
Yeah, that's my question.
So I would say the biggest evidence on God is life itself, because when we look at life, how does life becomes life? I don't know how to.
Life becomes life.
Yeah, through a founder, or for example, you have parents, right?
Uh-huh.
So you are created in a biological way. You are created by your mom and your dad.
Of course.
Right, yeah. And everything you see on the planet, everything that is on material, is founded by something or
Uh-huh.
created by someone. And this is something I believe in, so that life must be created from someone and not somewhat. Because if you believe in the Big Bang Theory, so the main question is, where does the Big Bang come from? So I think...
Who started the Big Bang?
So I believe...
Is that what you said?
Sorry?
Where did
Sorry?
the Big Bang come from, or who started the Big Bang?
Yes, this is a main question, I think, what the Big Bang Theory has, right? Or
Okay.
is it...
Mark your calendars, everybody, or mark your cards, everybody. Okay. And so I hear you. So it sounds like we have a couple of different things that I'm hearing here, because you've mentioned start of life and then the Big Bang, right? So we've got 2 things. And so it sounds like what you're saying is, since we don't know for sure where, like, what started life, and we don't know 100% for sure what is the cause of the Big Bang, that must mean God's real. Is that what I'm hearing?
It must not mean it for you. I respect your opinion,
Yeah.
but for me, it is definitely yes.
Okay. And so how does us not knowing these answers mean God is real?
For me personally, it is because there is no other evidence than a creator creating something that is created.
Okay. And so how do we know that? Because, yeah, I would agree with you. Like, if we're talking about automobiles, if we're talking about computers, smartphones, you know, weightlifting equipment, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
You know, we know all those things are created by humans. You know, we can go verify that, right? We can watch people create these things if we really wanted to. We can go to manufacturing plants or we can see videos of people making things. So I agree with that. Now, how did you get to that point with, like, say, flowers and clouds and the ocean and mountains and things of that sort?
Yeah, this is a good question, and I think that it is from God created.
Right,
So,
right. But how did you, what are the, like, just pick one of those things, like mountains, for example. What about, because, like, for example, like a computer, like, we can look at a computer and we can know that humans created it. Like, for example, alloys. Computers contain alloys, you know, mixtures of metals or mixtures of different elements. And so that tells us these don't occur naturally. So that tells us that humans created this. So what characteristics, so that's a characteristic of a computer that would give us an example of the indicator that it's created by a human. So what is a characteristic of a mountain that tells you that God created this mountain?
Okay. So you say that the computer has different pieces that he's made of, and these pieces made humans together, and at the end there's a computer, right?
Right. There's no way that that nature could have made the ingredients in a computer because they contain alloys, right? So, but we don't see that in mountains. So that's what I'm asking you. What is in mountains that tell you God did this?
So I'm not a specialist of mountains or the earth or something or a flower, but I know that also a mountain, so the big stone, the mountain has also different ingredients in a chemical way, right?
Sure. Yeah. And like a geologist,
like to put together.
Okay. Well, like a geologist would agree with you, a chemist would agree with you that they do have elements, they do have components that are naturally occurring. But geologists and chemists don't agree with you that God did this. There's no evidence to them that God created this. So how come they didn't come to the same conclusion you did?
So I think that some or maybe many geologists do not say the same like me that there's a God, but there are many biologists and geologists that believe in God.
Yeah, they believe in God, but they wouldn't tell you that
sure, they
God
cannot
made a mountain.
prove it, of course. You cannot prove God, and this is something for me that how can I say it? Sorry, man. This is a proof for me.
Take your time.
This is also a proof for me for the love of God, that you cannot prove him, because God tells us that you must believe. And if you know that there is a God, then you don't have another opinion to believe him or not. And this is something I think that is very lovely from God, that he says, okay, I am here, I love you, I tell you that I love you, that I exist, I show you that I exist through my through the world that I made, but you are free to not believe in me. But if he would give you proof, then you would not have any other opinion than to believe in him, and this would not be real love, because real love is free, you know.
I see.
This is a bit philosophical right now.
Right. Well, I think though that if like if we use that same line of logic with our mothers, I don't think we would believe that our mothers are real, right? Like if our mothers, you know, if we had to say, you know, we just have to believe that we have mothers, even though we'd never seen our mothers, we've never experienced our mothers, and then we're told, like, would you really believe that your mother loves you?
I think the love between a mother and a child is way different than the love between God and us. Do you know the four different stages of love, the agoge and the romantic one, and things like that? And
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
that this is another kind of love. I
I
talk
agree.
about the God love, you know, the
Okay.
agoge, the
Okay.
real deepest love. This
Yeah.
kind.
Well, but see, the thing is
And
that I don't see how
I
that.
don't want to interrupt you, but sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I think that this is very crucial for the real love that you that this agoge, you know, the love of God depends on belief
Okay.
and trust.
I hear
Pure
that.
trust and belief. Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand though is that if this, you know, if we have, yeah, I do get that there's like different kinds of love, yet the different kinds of love all manifest in something like in reality, right? Like
Yeah,
a romantic
right, yeah.
love, you have love for a partner, right? So if that partner isn't physically present, that romantic love isn't going to stay. If you have, you know, love for your parent and you never see your parent, as a child, you're going to wonder if a parent even exists, if they even love you, right? And
Yeah.
so for all these other kinds of love, it does require like some type of physical presence. Why is God the exception?
It is not an exception. This is the great part of this, because in my journey of my belief, God manifested in my life. So this kind of love is not just something I feel. This
Okay.
is something that changed my life in very, very different stages, that I can say this is mathematically cannot be coincidences.
Okay. Well,
So-
that's great for
so
you.
God-
but
yeah.
but there's three of us here, me and my friends, we can't say the same thing. And
Yeah,
so if we, you know,
I'm
so if this
sorry
God
for
is,
that.
yeah, well, if this God is present everywhere, and if this God is in this reality, then we should all have at least some type of experience with God, yet we don't. And then the other part about this, Raphael, is that there are other people who have beliefs that have very, very different experiences of God, of who or what God is. So you have a Christian-like experience, but then there's Hindus who have a Hindu experience of what their God is, and they will tell you with 100% certainty that their experience is true. So then that means that everyone who has an experience of God has a real experience, and then also folks like me and my friends here who have no experience with God, we have that must be true too. So then that means everybody's belief is true based on their experience, but that can't be right because we have competing beliefs.
No, we agree
have
on
competing
this.
experience.
This can't be right, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do we figure out between, like, say, how do you, like, between, like, with me and my friends here, between you and, say, a Hindu, what method could you give us that could help us distinguish which of your experiences is true? You know, you with the Christian God versus a Hindu with their Hindu gods.
Yeah. You know, can I ask you personally, did you pray? Have you ever prayed to God?
Oh,
you
yeah, I
did?
prayed.
Okay.
Amber, did you pray?
What was your experience with that?
all the
And
Okay.
why did you pray?
I prayed because I was a Christian for over 30 years. I prayed for reasons that other
Oh,
Christians
you've been a
pray.
Christian. Oh,
Yeah, I was a
okay.
Christian. So, but Amber, you said you prayed, right? And what were the reasons you prayed?
Oh my goodness, for everything. I was praying constantly, actually, in my head. I was praying for other people. I was on worship teams and stuff, and so I prayed in front of big groups of people, things like that.
And Godless, how about you? Did you ever pray, Godless?
Oh yeah, lots of times. I actually prayed for God to take this homosexual demon out of me. I've had God ask God to take, for all kinds of things. I was a Christian for, over 20 years, and I was born and raised in it. But my experience with the prayer and stuff was, and I was Apostolic Pentecostal, so we had a different kind of experience with prayer, with speaking in tongues and excitement or whatever. But the fact of the matter is now looking back in hindsight, I can explain all that. It's all explainable. And to me, this whole idea of like, you have these experiences and whatnot, but instead of questioning the source of the experience, you just plug God into it, and it stops you from learning. It stops you from figuring out what it could actually be that had caused whatever it was that you experienced.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so then, and then if we go back to Hindus, right? Hindus have gurus that will perform quote unquote miracles. There's a Hindu, if you go on YouTube, you can watch a video of a guru walking on water, healing people, and they're praying to him. He's performing all kinds of, miraculous stuff. And so, based on their experience, that convinces them that Hinduism is true. So that's why I went back to asking you, what method could you give us that would enable us to distinguish which of these experiences are true between our experiences, which nothing happened, your experiences where something happened with the Christian God, and then the Hindu experience.
Yeah, I think this is a very beautiful question from you, and I also think that it is a genuine question of you. So I will answer also genuinely. So I cannot prove it to you. I am not able to. I'm sorry. If I could, I would love to do it. Yeah, but yeah, I would really love to do it. But what I can say is I've been in different stages in my life. I was agnostic. I was more in the how do you say it, in the new age. I was I looked at different religions, and one time I had a very bad breakdown, and for me it was that I died, and I cried out to God to show me who He really is, and it was Jesus. So it was real. It was Jesus, and Jesus saved me out from this. And since that day, my life is different and changed. And what I can tell you to believe this is, I cannot, but I would pray for you.
Oh, please don't do that. Not without permission. Yeah.
Why do you not want that I do this? So I ask genuinely.
Well, the reason why is because now personally, it doesn't bother me personally. However, there are people in the audience that have been traumatized by that statement. I will pray for you.
Okay.
And they've been emotionally traumatized, and it's very triggering for them. And so
this is not my intention.
I understand. It's not your intention. I'm just saying that it was used as a weapon against people, emotional weapon, a manipulative weapon.
No, I would never do this.
Really. Yes, I understand. And I think I hear the sincerity in your voice. It's just that if I allow you to do that, then people will, they'll get emotionally triggered, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to harm people. So I prefer that you not. So if you could respect that, that would be great. But
I respect it, but I want to say you can message me if you want.
Okay, well, we can do that.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Raphael, do you have any other evidence that you'd like to give us?
Wow, there's the Bible itself. We could talk about it, but I think that you know the Bible very good and very well. I would not like to talk about the Bible because I'm not the biggest professional in it. I know the Bible, I read the Bible, but I'm not a cleric or something. So evidence, I don't have evidence, but I just wanted to ask one more question.
Sure.
I did not know his name. He has, I don't want to say this because I think nobody is godless, but you know who I
Godless
mean?
Pianist? Godless Pianist?
Yeah. Can I ask him something?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you, is it that you said you prayed that you prayed to God that you don't want to be gay anymore, right? Is this the reason why you don't believe in God anymore, because you are the way you are and you saw that nothing changed, or what was it?
No. That was more of a kind of a byproduct of things. I read the Bible, and the more I read the Bible, the more it made less sense to me, less and less sense to me. The more I studied it and learned about it, and that's why I actually deconstructed. Had nothing to do with me being gay or not, but
Okay.
yeah. So it was just more
Yeah,
along
good.
the lines
Okay.
of I looked for answers, found no answers.
Yeah. So God loves everyone.
Okay. Well,
This
again,
is my statement for
all right.
this one right now.
Well,
Well, I can say that the goblin in my closet also loves everyone too. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
it makes the same difference.
and there's no way to prove it either way. So, just like you saying God loves everyone, you can't prove it either way.
You can also not disprove it, right? This is good.
Right. Either way, we can't prove it. And, just the same as if I say there are monsters in my closet. Can't really prove it either way. Yeah. So, all right. Well, if there's nothing else, Raphael, we'll move on. And I thank you for your time.
Yeah. Thank you for this chat.
All right. Sounds good. Have a good day.
Okay. Have a good.
All right. I thought it was going to be a lot different than it was. We are venturing into triggering and harmful content. Are we seeing harmful content in the chat? Well, the mods are going to be all over it. So I got a lot of trust in the mods. So there's some triggering harmful content, and the mods will certainly handle it. And yeah, I thought that was going to go a little bit different based on the comments, but that's okay. At least it was a cordial conversation. Thank you, Jessica. Appreciate that. Yeah. So there's no praping here. We don't prape. And I need to get me some mods in real life. That would actually be kind of cool. Not going to lie. And Katie, how you doing? Happy Friday.
He's kind of going with the Kalam cosmological argument in a nutshell with what he was saying.
Yeah. It was basically that. And, but, and everybody, be sure to, when you're tapping, when you're sharing, also follow. We want to follow Ember, and we want to follow Godless Pianist. So I'm glad to hear that, Katie. I'm glad you're here. Question: what made you convert to atheism? Started with reading the Bible multiple times. That did it. Error 404, good to see you. How you doing? And those I missed while I was in the middle of talking to the guest, how y'all doing? And Jess, Jessica Wright, Zach, Bryden. Oh, Bryden's here. Yay. Zach, Jessica again, Jess again, Casey Gleason, Rajizi, Forever Atheists, Godless Pianist, Alan Gibson, Poke, Lalisa, 3 Pips. Thank you all for the gifts. Dr. Joe, Colin, Board Cat. Thank you all for the gifts. I appreciate it. So, but yeah, it was just reading the Bible. That's all it was. What did it can't talk. What did it for you guys?
I'll say that it was the same as you. Like I told him, it was just starting to read the Bible. And, I actually had I was a very devout, like to the point of where I was carrying my Bible with me everywhere I went. And I believed in 100%. There was I didn't feel like there was anything that could convince me otherwise. And we had a evangelist come through for a revival service. He was preaching, and I don't remember much of the sermon he gave, but I do remember this one particular part where he said, too many people are just reading the Bible, not really studying it, like getting into who said it and why and whatnot. And I'm sure he meant it for edifying for the rest of the church. But for me, that hit hard, and I did that. And that's kind of what started the whole ball rolling downhill for me, or uphill, however you want to see it,
Yeah, exactly.
How about you, Ember? That I actually find the Bible more entertaining now to read and study than I did back as a Christian.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, without a doubt. It's much more interesting now. I know we talked about this before, Ember, but what about you?
So I think I always remember different pieces of what my mind started, what I started questioning back in the day. But what really kickstarted it was one of my final papers for my Life of Christ class at Moody. And something that I had talked about, which I have changed my mind on since then, but was Jesus and his love for like the women in the New Testament, and calling them daughter. There are times when he is kind to them, right? The woman at the well, things like that. And so I wrote a paper about that, and my professor hated it. Like, absolutely hated it. He gave me an A because it was well written, but he hated the entire concept and completely disagreed with it, and told me that I needed to use the NIV because I was using the ESV, and which I don't know, what the difference was, but that's what kind of kicked it into gear, where I was like, wait a second, something's off about this. And so that's when I started digging deeper and started exploring people who were in the midst of deconstruction. And that's what kind of started my mind opening up more.
How about you, Jessica?
Hey, y'all. Some of y'all have heard this. Hey. But yeah, I was married. I was super into the church, like super like purity culture, wait till marriage for, married time, all that. So then I got married. And then as soon as we got married, my husband started like treating me very poorly. So anytime I complain to the pastor, I'm like, hey, this man is like doing this, and that. I'm not going to trauma dump, but doing enough that it was a problem. And they're like, oh, just submit to your husband, blah, blah, blah. So 3 years of that, then I was like, okay, I just want to leave. I'm miserable. It's not letting up. And they're like, oh, well, you don't have biblical grounds for divorce. He didn't cheat on you. You need to stay and submit to your husband. So then I was like, because I was like really into it. So I'm like, okay, I want to follow everything in the Bible. If this really is a sin, I don't want to get a divorce. So then I was like, so why am I a Christian? I asked myself, and I was like, oh, when I was 12, somebody said, hey, Jesus is true. And I just took their word for it. And then I was just a Christian. So then I was like, is that enough? Is that enough for me to stay in this marriage? And I'm like, so that's when I started like looking into the resurrection and everything. And so that's what started it, when I'm like, is this book enough for me to stay in this marriage? And I couldn't find enough evidence. And that, and also like the Bible promised like peace that surpasses all understanding. And I never had that. I didn't have any peace, especially the person you're living with is just, abusing you. Like, where is this peace that the Bible promised me? And I was so faithful, praying like 2 hours a day, teaching Bible study, and I never had peace. I'm like, it's not adding up. So that is my story.
Yeah. That's a pretty common story.
Peace?
Yeah, where the peace at? Where that peace at there? Tell me about. Yeah,
it's in there, and God's word will not return to him void, but it was returning to me void. So I'm like, all right, look, we out.
I hear that. All right, I'm bringing up James Templin, 653. See if James can connect, and I've got spinning balls here so far, so we might have issues with the Holy Spirit Wi-Fi, so we might have to switch to the Devil's Network. All right. Well, James, try leaving the chat, coming back, or go into a better coverage area, and then try to request up again. So, all right.
That Most High Wi-Fi.
Most High Wi-Fi. That's another way to put it. Most High Wi-Fi. So yeah, okay. So guest boxes are open, both on TikTok and the Tube. So if you're 18, at least 18, and a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, or the Quran, and you have evidence that God is real, request up. Okay, so James is giving it a second go around, so let's give it another shot here. James, how you doing?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks for waiting. Can I get your age and pronouns, please?
I'm 55 and I'm a man.
Okay. And as a man, do you prefer people use he, him, she, her, they, them?
Doesn't matter. I'm good with it. Whatever. I'm good.
Okay.
There's no preferences.
All right. And okay, which God do you believe in?
I don't.
You don't believe in a God. Okay.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure there is one.
Okay.
I'm not sure there isn't.
Okay. I want to talk to people, to people who do believe in God. So do you have a quick thing to say, question? Yeah.
Well, just a breakdown of how we got here, right? Say physically, takes a man and a woman to make a baby. If
Okay.
you go back in time, there had to be a first one, right?
Well,
you
it could have
just
been
go back.
a group of them. You know, through
No, it
evolution, through
had
the
to be
process
one
of
first,
evolution.
right?
No,
Well,
it
through the-
doesn't have to be one.
Doesn't have to be.
Evolution is by generation.
Yeah.
So
Could
it's
allow
not
for
as if
groups.
there's one single
Right,
one.
but physically, if it takes a man and a woman to make a baby, where'd
It
the
takes
first one
A
come
male
from?
and a male and a female, if it's human.
Right, yeah.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
It takes
Male
Male,
and female
female.
is a team.
Yeah.
That's what
And
we are,
then-
male and female.
Yeah.
Done.
And
I got to.
I mean,
I got
there's
to ditch
in
right quick,
between, but
guys. We got hail coming in, so I got to move my car. So I'm going to ditch. It was nice to talk to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a
yeah.
great day, guys.
yeah, have a good day. Go
That's
get your
all.
car.
God bless.
I just wanted a physical breakdown of what happens, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, evolution through natural selection and adaptation explains that. Like Ember and I have been trying to say, you know, it allows for like the evolving of groups of organisms, groups of
Mhm.
animals, right? So it didn't have to be one, didn't have to start with one. Could have been, you know, thousands, could have been hundreds, could have been several. You know, we don't know for sure, but what
Right,
we
we
have
don't know for
observed,
sure.
yeah, but what we observed, I mean, for that particular event of the evolution to human, yeah, we weren't there directly to observe it, but what we have observed in other organisms is groups of organisms evolving into what they become. So it's not a stretch to say that happened with humans, or that happened with the common ancestor that humans
Yeah,
have.
I get that.
So, yeah. All right. Is there anything else? Because I got people waiting.
Nope. I'm just trying to,
All right.
widen my knowledge.
Okay,
my
I got
spectrum.
you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, James, I appreciate you coming up. Have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Alrighty. Okay.
But I suggest learning about pronouns and trans people and queer people in general.
Please do.
Yeah, because if all you're doing is deconstructing religion,
Then you're still ignorant.
it's not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
That's just like the tip of the iceberg.
I will never not feel weird about bigoted atheists or bigoted agnostic people. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't
Right.
make sense. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. And I am giving like, like a kind of pass to like people from other countries, when English isn't their first language, when they say, yeah, I'm a male or I'm a female or something like that, because that whole thing is of South Africans, how they regard pronouns differently. I don't know if it translates differently or I don't know, but
But once you said like he, her, oh sorry, let me not interrupt you in your own line. I'm sorry.
no, you're good. Yeah, say what you got to say. No.
Oh, I was gonna say like once you explain it to him, I feel like he should have picked it up. After you said
Mhm.
he, they, she, then after that, I feel like he didn't have an excuse.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I was about to press the whole, okay, I'll just say she, her, but I don't know. But
I was calling him it in the chat.
say it. Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Well,
I guess it doesn't believe in God.
I guess, yeah. All right. So again, yeah. So I do see 4 in the queue. So yes, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, and you're at least 18, and you have evidence that God is real, yeah, feel free to request up. So we'll go to our next guest. Go to Renee. How's it going, Renee?
Hello.
Hi.
It's going good.
Good. Are you at least 18? And which pronouns do you prefer we use for you?
Yes, I am. She, her.
Okay, fantastic. All right, which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian, Catholic.
Okay. All right.
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't know what that means, but
That God? Well, there's the Muslim God, there's the Christian God, there's there's the Jewish God. So, all right, thanks for that.
that's all
Yeah.
the same God, but that's just
Okay. You're a bit muffled or faint, so I'm not sure why that is, but
okay. I'm so sorry.
no, it's okay. We might have to ask you to like maybe switch mics or maybe move closer to the mic or something like that, but we'll give it a shot. What's your best evidence that God is real?
I guess my best evidence is that humans don't seem to are consistently evolving, um, and don't seem to know a lot of things. Um, and for instance, I work in like research administration for
Hmm.
universities, and I work with a lot of scientists and as we all went through this COVID epidemic and different things. And I just realized in working closely with some of the brightest minds in the world, they don't seem to know a lot about science and about cures and about there's a limit, I guess, to human understanding.
Okay.
And for me, that means that and even for instance, how different animals are made. Humans can't don't have the best hearing at times. Humans don't have the best eyesight compared to some other animals. Humans can't. There are just certain things that are not even scientifically. Everybody's like, oh, we're still researching that. Like, we're still waiting on a cure for that. And it's just kind of like, okay, we're not all knowing. So I believe there is an all knowing being um, that created all of this. And as much research as these people are doing and money is being spent on, as you know, every other week during COVID, we were told something else, right? Like, don't.
We're not going to get into that because we were told the best evidence that they had, the best research that they had at the time. It was completely new. We're not going to allow misinformation here. We're not going to talk about COVID.
Yeah. And you may not be saying that, but we're just getting ahead of it. And also because it risks restricting the live too. So we just don't want to really
Well,
go
I'm
there.
just talking about my experience and where I work and
Okay, I
the field
understand.
that I'm in. So I'm not trying to give misinformation or anything
Okay.
like that.
That's
We
fair.
just
We're just getting
don't
ahead of
want
it.
to
That's all.
breach that. Yeah, we don't want to breach that subject because it could also go into the comments and it could snowball really quickly.
There are so many limitations on humanity, even in conversation. I mean, this is another example, and I don't think that there are limits to the creator. I don't think
This is just a boundary. That's all.
Yeah, it's just a boundary.
there.
But aside from that though, Renee, how does us having boundaries, us not knowing things, how does that evidence that God is real? Because that just seems to be evidence that we just don't know things.
Because some other being has to have this information.
Why?
Whoever created all of this, right?
Created all of what?
The world.
The world. Well, how do we know it's all created?
We
That
don't.
just is-
That's the thing. We don't.
That's an assumption.
That's another thing. Like, we're assuming so much as humans.
Right.
There's
Like
so
that the world was created. Yeah, that's an assumption. So
exactly.
okay.
So
Well, that's what I
think
mean
that
is
our
I'm asking for
our
evidence that
knowledge-
yeah, that's what
our
I mean
knowledge
is
limited.
that's why I
Our
ask
knowledge-
that's why I say what's your best evidence that God is real? I'm not assuming anything. I'm asking for the evidence.
My evidence that God is real is our limit of knowledge, our limited capabilities.
Understood. Yeah, I'm just trying to find out from you though how that demonstrates God is real, because you're saying, well, somebody had to know. Well, why though? Why does somebody have to know?
Why not?
Well, that's not really an answer though. I mean, it's isn't it possible that because I mean, what if this always was here? The universe was always here.
I just feel like that's not. There's no way for us to know so much.
You're probably
Even-
right. I just don't
even
see how
now,
that
I mean,
shows a God though.
Well, I mean, I just feel like it's important to have a faith, and human beings, for me, are
Right.
not reliable enough. I don't really have faith in human beings. I would rather put my faith in a higher being.
Okay. Well, why do we need faith in the first place?
Some people don't. I don't think everyone has to have faith. I don't think everyone has to agree with me. I
Okay.
think that it works for me and in my life.
Sure.
I think that I feel like there is good and there is evil, and I have experienced that in my life. And I think you have choices, uh, whether or not you want to be ethical or not, whether or not you want to respect people or not. And some people don't believe that any of what I'm saying is true, and that's okay too. You know, different cultures believe different things, but I think for my life, it has benefited me to be a believer.
Okay. Well, I'm happy that that's worked for you. I now is benefit then the reason that God is real, because there are a lot of people who have not benefited from being believers, like the three of us, me and my two friends here, for example. I saw no benefit, like it was like a neutral for me. But before you came on, my two friends here were talking about how it was a negative for them. It was actually harmful for them. So would that mean then, because they had a harmful outcome, does that mean God is not real?
No, I feel like I was in similar circumstances at a point in my life, where I wasn't 100%, and I did not like to go to mass, and I did not like being preached to. And where they say two or three are gathered in his name, and prayer meetings and all those things, I just didn't like any of it. And I did step away from the church.
Okay.
And then I decided to become more of a solitary worshiper. I did
Okay.
not discuss when I went to mass. I didn't, rely on other Christians to have conversations with. I read, scripture on my own. I prayed on my own, and it wasn't a communal thing as it was in the past, because I just felt like all of the talking heads around me were distracting me from my own faith. And
Okay.
once I started to do that, plus I studied philosophy way back when, and I felt as though whenever you read a lot of these old texts, even if it's not, the Bible, it could be the Bhagavad Gita, it could be the Tao Te Ching, anything that requires that meditative space. It, for me personally, it just helps me navigate the world better. Um,
Okay. Well, it sounds like you get
like
a good feeling out of it.
I get a good feeling out of it, and
Okay.
a lot of negative things have happened to me, and I
Sure.
could have gone in another direction had I not decided, you know what, I'm not going to listen to anyone. I'm not going to stew in my thoughts, as it were. Instead, I'm going to immerse myself in my faith, and
Well,
I'm not going to brag about it, and I'm not
okay.
going to boast about it type
Well,
of
my
thing.
belief is um, partly the reason why I spiraled into addiction. So, now I'm sober. I've been sober for just over 13 years with no
Wow,
belief.
congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm trying to understand. So if your belief got you to a better place and mine got me to a worse place, and then we have other people who have beliefs in all kinds of things that they can say point to that makes their lives better. There are people who are Wiccans and they practice witchcraft and that helps them, and they say that makes their lives better. And we have people who are Hindus and they believe in meditation and guided meditation and gurus and things like that. That makes their life better. We have Buddhists. That makes their life better. You mentioned the Tao Te Ching and things like that. So I'm trying to understand if that is the case, that people have all of these differing experiences, ranging all the way the spectrum from negative like mine to positive like yours. Let's just imagine you and I are on the polar opposites of the spectrum, and we have all these people in between. How does any of that demonstrate that a God is real? Because see, the feeling that I have is, when I was in the depths of my addiction, it was a bad feeling. So if I go by that, that tells me there's no God.
So I don't think that because you had the, addiction, or people lose people in their lives, or horrible things happen, that you immediately are like, okay, there's no God. I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. I mean, maybe it worked for you, and that's wonderful. And
Well, I'm not
I'm
saying that was
also,
the only thing. I'm just going strictly by experience. I'm kind of doing
I
a
think
symmetry analysis
my
here.
my experience is also, I'm of Caribbean descent, so is a lot of witchcraft in my background.
Hmm.
And um, I I feel as though those who practice it, and who believe in it, it is real. And I do think that curses happen, and I've seen negative things happen to
Here,
people.
Jess, I'm going to mute you for a second. I can't
Oh,
hear the
my bad.
guest. No, it's okay. I'll just mute you. No worries. Just come
Yeah.
off mute when you're ready to talk. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Renee. I just had to mute Jessica real
Oh,
quick
no, that's
because I couldn't
okay.
hear you. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, no, I've been around a lot of negative people in my personal life because of witchcraft, and because of casting spells, and different beliefs. And they may work for those people, right? They may benefit those people, but whatever they're doing did not benefit me and my family.
Okay,
And so it's not that, every to each his own. I mean, that's free. That's what
sure.
freedom is all about.
Yeah. And I'm not knocking to each his own. What I'm trying I'm trying to get to the truth. And,
The
so
truth is, me having faith in God is what is keeping me here at
okay.
this very moment.
Okay, and that might be,
So,
and you know what? I don't doubt that. And what I mean
so
truth is that that this God is actually real, because you would agree that the God doesn't have to be real for you to have faith. You would agree with that, right?
I mean,
You just have to
I
have faith. Yeah.
I think that everybody can benefit from having some sort of faith, whether you want to call the faith God, or
Sure.
you want to think that you were the one who, you
Okay.
know, established the faith in your life, or whatever. But for me personally, I find comfort in believing that there's a higher being that created
Got you.
all of this. I
So,
find comfort in believing that I can live an ethically moral life despite the trials and tribulations that I've been
all
through.
right.
And
Well, that didn't quite answer
scripture.
my question though. My question was, does the God have to be real for you to have faith in this God?
Yes.
Because it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like it has to. Because
I,
if
I,
if the God was actually not real and you didn't know, it doesn't sound like your life would change at all. You would just still have your faith.
I wouldn't be here. I'm
Well, we don't
speaking
know
on
that.
behalf of, well,
We have no way to verify that. We have no way to demonstrate that. I mean,
I'm saying that God is keeping me uh, through a lot of things that I've been through, without trying to get too personal.
well,
I've
no. I don't want you to get personal. I think my distinction though is I'm trying to get you to help me understand, because to me it sounds like I can't distinguish whether your faith in God is keeping you here and in keeping you in this space, which sounds like a good space for you, and I'm happy to hear that. I can't distinguish though if it's what's keeping you in the space is your faith in God or actually God. And for me, I don't see a difference. So it sounds to me like this God could not exist, but your faith is keeping you in this good space, and which is fine. I mean, that's great.
I believe that the God exists.
Okay.
I believe that God.
So what
So
do we say then to others in other beliefs, like Hindus? Again, we have Hindus who will say to me, who have said to me, it is my faith in Vishnu, it is my faith in Brahma, in Krishna, that is keeping me in this good space. What do we say to those people? What do we say to Buddhists who meditate and say it is the practice of Buddhism that is keeping me in this good space?
I believe some people, especially Hindus, believe in many gods, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
some do.
Um,
But there are some
well,
Hindus who don't believe in any gods, and they will say the practice of Hinduism keeps them in a good space. So that's why I'm kind of pressing you on this, because from where I sit, none of that demonstrates that God is real. None of that.
I think that anything that humans have to say about their faith and about religion and about God is limited. So you don't have to have faith, right? You don't have to participate in any of this. But for me personally, praying to God and believing in God has worked for me
Great.
despite
Yeah.
all of the circumstances and trials that I've had in my life. And I don't particularly like to do so, as I said before, on a communal level, because I feel as though other human beings do not come into prayer with the same type of positive energy.
Okay.
And there's a lot of negativity, I think, when it comes to religion. And I see why people would leave. People give bad advice. You go to a service and the pastor's telling you who to vote for and all of these things. And so there's a silence that happens when I pray, and I don't like to be distracted. And then good things start to happen the more I pray and the
All
more.
right. I gotcha. Sorry, hold that thought, Renee. We have some chat business we got to handle. Y'all know what that means, chat. Who's here? It is Hammy. Hammy's here. And y'all know what that means, chat. You voted for this. The hamster is here, and we have a reading that we need to do.
We do. I first of all, I want to ask, can you hear me really, really well?
You're a bit muffled.
Oh, darn it. I was trying to see if this lav mic was going to work, and apparently it's not using the lav mic. So let me switch over to my regular mic and mixer.
Gotcha.
Because, well, yeah.
All right. And so for those that are wondering what the heck is going on, some time ago, we had a referendum in this chat that whenever Hammy comes into this live, Hammy must read an excerpt. And there must be some trumpet entrance music as well. So we're just following what the chat voted for. That's what we're doing. So it is law. So that's all we do. So that's why we had to pause our chat with you, Renee. So your time has been paused, and then we'll pick up as soon as we're done here. So appreciate you waiting. Thank you. So as soon as Hammy changes out his mic, the skater died. This is the way. Yeah, this is the way. It just is. We could probably call this, yeah, it's just the way. Oh, not the trumpets. Oh no. Are we triggering contra deity with trumpets? So I sense a backstory to that. We may have to find out what that is one of these days. This is your origin story, trumpets.
Alrighty, there we go.
Oh, that's much better.
Yes. Let's see here. We're going to pull from a random page out of To Kill a Mockingbird.
All right. I like that book. I mean, I haven't read it since 10th grade, but still.
I did too, but the thing is like with everybody who's wanting to try to make sure that this book gets done away with, I thought I might as well grab a copy of it.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. Some states that are trying to do that.
If you have your own copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, we're going to be reading from page 148. And we're starting at the bottom part of this page. What?
Oh, Resist Op said, make sure the trumpets are pointing east. There's this running conversation about the trumpets.
Ah, yes, the trumpets.
The trumpets.
All right. Because its primary reason for existence was government, Maycomb was spared the grubbiness that distinguished most Alabama towns its size. In the beginning, its buildings were solid, its courthouse proud, its streets graciously wide. Macomb's portion of professional people ran high. One went there to have his teeth pulled, his wagon fixed, his heart listened to, his money deposited, his soul saved, his mules vetted. But the ultimate wisdom of Sinkfield's maneuver is open to question. He placed the young town too far away from the only kind of public transportation in those days, riverboat. And it took a man from the north end of the county 2 days to travel to Macomb for store-bought goods. As a result, the town remained the same size for 100 years, an island in a patchwork sea of cotton fields and timberland.
Thank you, Hammy. Appreciate it. And yes, I'm with Celeste in the chat. This story does make me emotional as well. So I don't think I don't tear up like I used to, but it's like when I read it, like when I watch the movie and all that. I've watched the movie a few times. All right, Renee, thank you for waiting. Appreciate you. So where were you?
Well, I was just talking about my own personal experience with
Yeah.
prayer and
Yeah.
with my belief in God and in a higher power and how it's worked for me. But I understand why it wouldn't work for other people, especially since there's too many religions and there are too many choices, I guess, or like a kid in a candy store.
Okay.
I was born and raised a Catholic. I went to Catholic school my whole life, and at
Same.
a certain point, I considered joining the religious orders,
Same.
and I definitely got turned away at a certain point as well.
Wait, they
and
turned you
felt-
down?
No. I felt
Oh,
like I didn't belong.
I got you. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought they turned you
Didn't wanna
away. I'm like, oh,
follow-
that's not nice.
No, I didn't want to follow all of the rules, and
Hmm.
it's just too much, and I just didn't see the point, and I felt as though a lot of these things were man-made, and I just was like, I did step away. When I returned with a vengeance quietly, and I was surrounded by people who were non-believers and people who were into substance abuse. And I had to relocate to a different city and away from my family and everything. And my belief in God grew tremendously during this time. And my faith in God grew tremendously during this time. And I've kind of just stuck with that. And I don't even really talk about it with any of my loved ones or close people because I immediately go back to the other place, because then they start giving their opinions and, well, have you done this? And when was the last time you went to mass? And have you gone to confession? And
Okay, I
these
got
big
you.
rose-
I have a question for you.
So-
I have a question, Renee. So if your experience tells you God is real, why doesn't my experience that tells me God isn't real valid?
I think I think that you may change your mind.
Well, no,
at
no,
some point.
that's not what I asked. What I asked was, why doesn't my experience that God is not real make it valid?
Your experience that God is not real is not valid to me.
Okay, it's not valid to you, but I'm looking for something that's objective, that everybody can agree, that everybody can see, like 2 + 2 = 4. I want that type of
think
evidence,
that's-
objective evidence.
and
And it seems to me, though, that experience is not that objective evidence. So we can't look at that as evidence in this case. Because, like I said, because you said, hey, your experience is not valid to me, but see, your experience, Renee, is not valid to me based on my experience. So how do we resolve this conundrum? That's what I'm here for.
Why does it have to be resolved?
Well, because people keep coming to my door and telling me I should believe this. People approach my daughter at school and try to get her to go to church on Sunday. People vote to take away rights who believe in this God of people in this country. I'm here partly because of this religion, because they enslaved my ancestors and brought me to America. People who are trans and LGBTQ are being persecuted because of beliefs like this. So it's important to verify that this God is real. Because if we're doing this all on a belief that we can't prove, that's very harmful and that's very dangerous.
I don't believe that you will ever get the answers that you're looking for.
Then why believe it?
I think that it works for me.
Okay.
That's all I can speak for.
All right.
I can't, heal the world, make it a better place.
Understood.
I would love for racism to end. I know in my lifetime that it never will. There's just certain things people are fighting for politically that I don't think will ever be resolved. I don't think there will ever be peace in the Middle East. But I'm not going to stop praying about it, and I'm not going to stop having faith about it. I'm going to continue to have bad experiences, and unfortunately, that's just what life is.
Now, if this country were under Sharia law, because that's based on a faith, right? So if this country were under Sharia law, are we good? Because that's based on a faith, and while it may not be acceptable to you or me, if we were under Sharia law, would you be good with that? Because we would all be forced to be Muslim.
It's funny you say that because I live in New York City, and whenever our new mayor got elected, that was the everyone was saying that's what was going to happen. We're going to go under Sharia law because
he is on the left. He would not. He would not, because he's a democratic socialist.
Yes, people say that he would not, but people can always get elected.
He wouldn't. That's never been his history in his entire political career. He's not just going to suddenly change. However, one thing I will say is that we are talking about Sharia law, but Christian nationalism is just a different name for the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's what we are experiencing right now, and getting deeper and further in it, because people are believing and preaching untrue things, because people are believing things that do not correlate to reality. And we are losing what semblance of equity or equality that has been worked for the last 70 years at least. We still have had a long way to go, but now it's even farther because people are believing untrue things and hurting other people because of it.
I'm originally from the state of Texas, so you're preaching to the choir concerning the Bible Belt and Christian nationalism. So I do think that if enough people vote truly to their beliefs and are not brainwashed, and if we fix the education system in America, then it can potentially return back into the right.
People who are deeply religious are brainwashed. That's the problem.
Too many of them are. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they believe untrue things all the time, and they use those beliefs in untrue things to harm other people. It is, and we're beyond the point of being able to vote about these things. Like we may not even have an election in November. You know what I mean? Like this administration wants to take away the vote.
Well, I do believe that there will be a lot of negative consequences for this administration because of this administration, but I also believe that everybody has to die eventually, and this administration will not be around forever, and there will be change and things will improve. I do again.
Do you think that it'll change without people doing something about it?
I think there's a specific group that is sitting out right now for obvious reasons. Certain people that would have showed up to certain protests, and certain people that would have spoken out loudly, say 4 or 5 years ago, are have
But
been so.
that's not an answer to my question though.
Well, I'm saying that there is a large group that is not participating right now, and if that group chooses to participate after this administration, then yes, I think them doing something, joining back into the fold and doing something about it will help the country. I do believe
S-
that.
I would like
Oh,
to.
I
So,
would not. I would not. I'm so sorry, Hammy. I want to continue on this really quickly. Do you, Leah? Unfortunately, I think I know what she's talking about. Because
Mhm.
yeah, um, obviously, like they have a right to sit out. They have been fighting for rights for eons and decades and ages.
400 years.
And
Yep.
yep, and it is on people of my skin tone to be taking the lead now. Not lead, but to be really on the front lines. To be putting ourselves in the way. I don't think that blaming oppressed people groups is going to get anybody anywhere. I don't think that saying that we are, you know, that it's going to get better, or if people start getting, if certain groups start getting involved. I think that really it has to take people who are brainwashed being not brainwashed or being kicked out. Because it's the paradox of tolerance. These religious beliefs, these especially in the Abrahamic God and what they are doing based on faith while calling Muslims extreme. I mean, we heard what Pete Hegseth said
Wasn't he
about
quoting Pulp Fiction?
about being warriors and using the Bible. And I heard he actually quoted Pulp Fiction instead of the actual Bible,
he
which is
did.
wild.
Yes.
Yeah. But like we see what they're doing, and they're doing it based on religious extremism. It's a huge problem. Go ahead, Hammy. I'm sorry.
There's one thing whenever I hear people say that, this administration's gonna, eventually end, we're going to have this administration out the door and yada, yada, yada. And there's only one thing that runs through my mind, and that's 75. 75 million people. Whether it be due to he's on the right, or due to he's better than the opposition, due to we absolutely stand behind him 100%. 75 million people voted and wanted this man to be in charge. Now, sure, there's a lot of people who now regret that. I'm not going to sit there and say that's not something that's happened. However, when 75 million people have sat there and said, you have my support, regardless if it's just solely because it didn't like the opposition, tells me that no, this isn't this administration, once it's out, we're going to be okay. Mm-hmm. It's not once this administration's gone, everything's going to go back to normal. Because while this is happening, while 75 million people voted this man in, I do live in Texas, and you know what? Let me put it to you this way: this isn't because of the fact that I'm affected. I've told this to several people. I am a straight white man. I'm good. I'm good regardless of what happens, right? Because of the fact that I'm a straight white man. But the problem is that the people who are running my state are the same people who control the textbooks that goes out to the entire country. And in these textbooks, They've wanted to sit there and downplay slavery, downplay the Trail of Tears, downplay everything. And I know exactly why they want to downplay this, because if they can sit there and say, hey, because of slavery, we have, a lot of black people wouldn't be able to have gotten the education that they got and all this stuff. That's what they literally wanted to put in the textbook. And because of that, I know for a fact that what they are trying to do is say that slavery was okay because white Christians were the ones who enslaved them. And so they want to try to lessen the burden on the white Christian. And I have problems with this. I put my a picture of me and the love of my life on this panel before. She is a black woman who is affected by this administration and what they've been pushing. And I'm worried because 75 million people said, I'm right there behind you. And to me, that's a fucking problem.
That is a problem. I completely agree with you. I was actually born and raised in the state of Texas to immigrant parents. So I'm a first generation American black woman, and I was educated with those very textbooks. We were celebrating Juneteenth before it became a national holiday.
Mhm.
And I will tell you this, I grew up in black Catholic churches, as Houston is right next to Louisiana. And I will tell you that some of the women that went to church with me used to pick cotton, and the stories they told and the stories they have, right? What was happening was there were a lot of self-taught, self-education going on. You cannot rely on the federal government for everything. You have to be self-sufficient. You have to get in, for instance, whenever we noticed that our broadcast news was giving us quote unquote fake news, we were not getting the full story. I was getting news from people from overseas. I was like, hey, can you tell me what's going on? What are they saying in your news? Can you tell me what's, and as you know, on TikTok, they tried to block a lot of that from us. They didn't want us to know what was going on. So
Renee?
you have
Are you familiar? Like, you brought up Juneteenth, and the thing
Last
is
point,
this.
and then we got to move on. But go ahead.
Yeah. Here I live close to the town, the island, where they had to go out there and force people to hear this message. And but have you heard of Black Wall Street?
Yeah.
So then you know that whenever, because it's this pull yourself up by the bootstraps mentality that you're speaking about. And the problem is that whenever minorities have done exactly that, they've created their own cities, their own businesses and all this stuff. They get burned down.
Yes, we're aware.
So-
This is going to repeat itself, right? So does that mean we just stop and say, well, this is it? Well, we have. What is the other option? Is my thing. We have to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. We have to educate.
Understood.
The point of that,
Okay.
the problem.
Sorry, I got to jump in. I'm sorry. We have to move on, Renee, because we have 5 people waiting, and
Okay.
Chad has voted
All
to
right.
move on to the next
Go
guest.
ahead.
But I do appreciate you coming up. Thanks for the talk.
Absolutely.
All right. Have a good day.
Can I just make one point about
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
bootstraps? Okay, so the point that people don't really understand about that phrase is that it is impossible to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You can't actually do it. And so when they say that, you can't actually do that. You do need help from others. Maybe not necessarily the government, but some people don't have a choice because they're disabled.
Yeah,
'Cause
and
all
if
of
I can
these
jump in,
things-
I'm sorry to interject, but the stories we hear about people saying, "Yeah, I was in poverty and I got myself out of poverty," what they're not telling you is that they got a lot of help along the way. They caught some breaks or something to that effect. So absolutely what you're saying is 100% spot on. There are so many people in this world, I'm just going to say world, but even in this country, in the United States, that don't have anyone to rely on, that they are literally by themselves, or the people that they know can't get them out of the situation that they're in, can't help them out of the situation they're in. So they're stuck. And so this whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps mentality is just, it is a myth. Because the Black community, we helped each other. We helped each other get out of these, when we built Black Wall Street, when we were in Milwaukee, when we were in Rosewood, all these places where we built these communities that were eventually all burned down, we helped ourselves. So it was a group effort. So sorry, go ahead.
No, I'll just say, well, and also that continues to make our point that reverse racism doesn't exist and can't exist, and that because the kinds of things I know it's fine. The kinds of things I don't care. Clip me. Exactly. I don't care. I would rather, honestly, I'd rather that he go after me than you, so it's fine. But basically, it's oh shoot, I just completely forgot what I was saying. Oh yes, because y'all have been through so much generationally for hundreds of years, and there are still, prisoners today are still picking cotton, and the vast majority are BIPOC people. Slavery still exists, y'all. Like a Black person not liking you, a person of color not liking you is not racism. It just means they don't like you, they don't trust you, and they have every reason not to trust us simply because of our race. Like that is like hands down, period. That's it. And like we need to accept that and be okay with that and try to be the safest people that we can be. That's what I want to be. And I understand if people do not, if Black people, if the BIPOC community, for some reason, anybody doesn't trust me because of my race. I want to build trust, but like when we try to say that like reverse racism exists, it's not okay. No, Jamie, if you were just here, I just explained why it doesn't work the other way. Because white people have never had to go through what Black people have. Never. Ever, 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 ever. Especially not because of their race. So, like, there are things that I feel like I can't even speak about because I don't want to re-traumatize my friends or traumatize my friends in general. And so, like, there is a reason, and it's not even just in America, but I just want to make sure that we know, like, these things, Black people, the BIPOC community has been through so much. Indigenous people have been through so much. And they cannot be racist, and we cannot experience the racism as white people that they have. So I know that's not part of the topic. I just wanted to speak on it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just I see a comment in here. I appreciate you not attacking Christianity. I wouldn't say we're attacking Christianity, but I will say it I will stand on 10 toes, chest out. People of color should not be Christians. Period. End of story. Because it is that religion specifically that has oppressed people of color the most. And I mean, we have at least 400 years of evidence of that. And so if you see that as an attack, okay, we can discuss, but yeah, people of color should not be Christian. Period. End of story.
White people should not be Christian because we have done way too much colonizing the world with the Abrahamic faith. So we just need to stop it.
All right, next guest. We have Queen who's up. Thank you for waiting, Queen. How you doing?
I'm all right.
All right, sounds
Still
good.
a little nervous, I guess.
All right. Can I get your age and pronouns, or just actually, are you at least 18? And what pronouns do you prefer?
Yeah, I'm way over 18. She, her.
Okay. Which God do you believe in?
I guess, well, I see the universe itself as God, I
Okay.
guess.
Do you believe in a mind that created the universe?
A mind, did you
Yeah.
say?
Like an intelligent mind. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose like a consciousness.
Okay. And okay. And so what's your best evidence that the universe is God?
Um, well, I don't know. I guess thinking about it before, it made so much sense to me, but about to speak it, I don't know. I guess there's like a lot of different like religions and stuff and spiritual beliefs that I've read into, and I guess I've come to just kind of see the universe happening as, I don't know, like a thought process itself at the same time. Do you understand? Like
I don't
it
know if I
always
understand
has
that.
been. Yeah,
What do you mean? Yeah.
like
Don't worry, you have plenty of
say,
time to flesh it out, to articulate it. So we won't
okay.
hurry you along. Yeah. So take your time. But I may ask
All right.
questions just to help me understand where you're coming from. So
Right. So I guess like, so to speak, like say a certain type of an idea emerges, like a full idea, like you're ready to begin it, like imagine that happening, that moment in your mind. Imagine at the very same time like a supernova blast happening,
okay.
like I basically see like God's mind to react at the same time as certain forces of nature itself. I guess I don't really have like evidence that connects it. I just have a lot of different things that I've read. Like I don't flow with one belief system. I kind of like flow down all the rivers and all the different veins of them all, so I just kind of over time accumulated that idea, I guess. And I guess like the only evidence I could really offer you is that you would have to do some sort of readings for yourself, and make those own connections. Like I think that the only way to believe in God is to make those connections between like certain facets of what we know to be reality and what we like think or understand to be the spirituality. Like you have to have your own connections between it in order to like
Can I
do you
stop you right there?
understand? Yeah.
Well, because like I've read like a whole bunch of different, all of us actually who are up here, I've read a whole bunch of different books. And so now one thing I found with like things about like spirituality is like people who have written books about spirituality, they all seem to be claims. Like, how do we know there's something spiritual out there? Like what's our evidence of that?
Okay, so like I guess, okay, so this might sound funny or something like that, but like I also believe that part of like the spiritual path is doing certain things that like certain other cultures have done, like hallucinogenics, to get in touch with the other side and stuff. And one time I took shrooms and like I just couldn't keep my eyes open. And I'm just gonna keep this short story kind of short, but like
Gotcha. Oh,
basically,
by the way, if you mention anything regarding that, just call them party favors, just so I don't get my live restricted. It's okay.
okay,
You can
sorry.
talk about it, but yeah, just kind of wash it a little bit so it just falls
Okay,
under the censors. Yeah. So just call them
right.
party favors.
Okay. So like I basically started dreaming. I was awake. I knew I was awake, yeah, but I started dreaming as soon as my eyes were closed. And basically
Mm-hmm.
what I seen was like I seen it to be my consciousness. Like it looked like water and zero gravity. It looked to be alive, and I just like knew right away it was my consciousness. And eventually I got brought to like a void and a very large version of that. consciousness, and I knew what I was looking at was like the creator. And then so like about 2 years later, like I Jehovah Witness came to my door, and I was curious. I was like, okay, whatever, let's go. And um along with whatever they were teaching me, they said that nobody's ever seen God before. And I was like, okay, but I swear to God that I seen God. Like,
Okay.
I seen the creator. Like, I and then I like read in another book that nobody's ever seen God, and this was more under like witchcraft like stuff. And I'm like, what's going on here? Like, what do you mean nobody's ever seen God? Like, for one, like I think I look at God every day. Like, the universe is God. Like, so like
Okay.
I don't
All
know
right.
how to like.
I think I understand what you're saying. And I've talked to folks who have expressed similar experiences. And so if we found someone who had done the same party favors and had no effects, like me, and had no effects like that, does that mean that there are no gods?
You know, I've thought about stuff like that before. I don't really think, I mean, like, so I also believe in like yin and yang. Like,
Yeah.
so with that, there would be God and no God at the same time. You know, like,
how can that be true?
I know,
'Cause that's like,
right?
that's
It's
like saying you're a woman and not a woman at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, that can't be true. Or you can
Yeah.
have kids and you can't have kids at the same time, or, you know, you're awake and asleep at the same time, or you're alive and dead at the same time. Like two things like that can't be true, and at least in our reality.
Well, I mean, like, if you think about the universe, they exist all at once. I mean, somewhere right now, somebody's dying. Somewhere else right now, we're alive. You know, like.
Yeah, in terms of like quantum mechanics, yeah, there are like theories that talk about this. Like, we, you know, there's multiverses and we exist in, you know, all different realities, right? And so, and then all these, you know, and then all these possibilities exist of like all of our actions, right? So there's a you know, so there's like a universe out there where you and I are not talking, and there's a universe out there you and I are talking about something completely different, and, you know, oh yeah, all these like infinite possibilities. Yeah. I hear that. What I'm trying to understand though is how all this points to universe being God, because when I think of like, because we don't have any evidence that the universe has a mind, right? And if anything, we like scientifically, it doesn't really support it. And here's why: because it seems like all of the things that happen in the universe, it looks more like it lines up with the laws of physics than it does like intent. Like, there's really no intent to it in that sense. Like, a mind is controlling all this. Like, you know, like when stars form, for example, like, you know, we don't see intent behind that. So how do you see intent behind stuff like that when others don't?
Well, like, so like stuff like that, like if you can imagine like a video game, like, you know, somebody created it, right? And like stuff is going on in the background, but it's just like set to do that, you know? Like I don't know, it's basically like the force of nature of that game, like if you can think about it that way. Gosh, I'm kind of losing my train of thought here.
No, it's okay. I mean, I think it sounds like, though, Queen, like we're talking about could be's and possibilities, right? And yeah, I like thinking about possibilities and could be's, right? I think that's great, because that's where that's when our imagination happens, and that's where like innovation happens eventually, like, you know, and we start discovering things, inventing stuff. And I think that's wonderful. I just don't know how that gets us to God, though, because that's what it sounds like. We're like, you know, you're telling us a lot about possibilities and could be's, but nothing really
hard.
concrete. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I guess it is really like I have evidence for myself, but like
Okay.
that evidence isn't like something physical that I could share
Yeah,
easily. You know what I mean?
I hear you. So
Like I don't
it
know how
works for you.
to.
Like it's enough for you to believe.
Like I've had
Okay.
the experiences. I guess like I think that anybody could believe in God, but like, I think that they need a certain type of experience to connect them to that sort of thing. Like, I don't think it's something that's necessarily going to make sense physically when
Oh,
it's
that's
like
okay.
a
Yeah.
non-physical thing,
I
Like,
gotcha. And no, that's actually honest to say, hey man, I can't really explain it. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but I believe it because it's enough for me. And it sounds like it's based on like some vibe and some experience, like in
hmm
with the party favors and whatnot. And I get that. I think I carried with me for a long time experiences in that similar space. And that I thought, well, I don't think they're real now, but back then I thought they were real because it felt real, right? It really felt real. Um, and I get that. And also I want you to know, Queen, we're coming at this, me and my friends here, we're coming at this from an angle of we want to hear from you what you think and what you believe because we're trying to believe you, right?
hmm
We're not trying to convince you it's not real. We're trying to get convinced. Does that make sense? Do you see the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're not up here like shooting down everything saying, oh no. And we're not trying to convince you it's not real.
Mhm.
We're trying to be convinced. And, cause I ask, all the time people in here, hey, if you saw evidence that God is real, would you believe it? And every time they all say yes, right? Those who don't believe. So that's the angle that we're taking. So
Can I ask Queen a question?
yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
All right. So what can we do to get this evidence that you have? Because you found it. So
That's a great
if
question.
we want to find it, yeah, what can we do?
Well, I started when I was like 16 years old. My family was like Christian and I was brought up that way, but like when I tried to ask them about God, they just called me unruly and tried kicking me out and stuff, and I
Wow.
couldn't ask
That
questions.
sucks.
So
Sorry to hear
yeah,
that.
so at one point in time I didn't believe in God, but like I still wanted to. So like I started looking into other religions. It kind of sounds like you guys have already like read other things. And I guess I started like practicing certain things like meditating. I would read like certain directions on how to like, I don't know, like focus on like where to go, I guess. And
Wait, so
the
you're saying I should
more,
meditate?
well, like I honestly, it's not like I do a whole bunch of meditating all the time. It's just like, like I can here and there I can meditate enough to like drive on a focus. And like I don't know, it's like a practice thing. You got to keep it kind of like during your days too. Like I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like I did a lot of research behind like practice and stuff, and I started experiencing things like things that other people couldn't experience.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started experiencing things that other people could experience. Some like people have heard wings flapping around me and stuff, like like just oddities like that. Like
So,
it
well,
was
my
just a
question is like,
lot.
what can I do? Like, I want to know God. I want to experience God. So, like, what steps should I take to find God?
Like this
Well, like
universal God. Yeah.
Well, like, so me believing in the universe, I definitely looked into a lot of different religions. I kept asking questions about God. I kept searching for these answers in the religions, and then I took these answers and I basically started like piecing them together. Like I see God as like the way humans see it in all their belief systems, like a kaleidoscope. You know what I mean? Like I see
Okay.
that
No.
we understand it in pieces, and honestly, like God is a really large concept to understand. I think the best way to understand it is by taking it piece by piece.
Okay.
But
Well, what
Okay.
piece should I start with?
Yeah.
um that's hard to say. Like me personally, I had a feeling that there was an entity following me. That's where I started. Like I can't exactly describe to you where to start, except for like what I've learned that like when trying to look for something like this, like instead of using your eyes, like close them and try to like look with your heart. I know that's probably hard to understand. I've done a lot of like reading and stuff in order to like understand what that would mean, but like it's basically like searching like through energy, like using your heart as a beacon, kind of like waves in the ocean, like sonar almost. You know what I mean? Like,
No,
and you
I
gotta
don't.
be open to it too. Like, but like, I'm just saying, like, you gotta find something that hits you in the heart, that something that like, vibes with you. It's, if you're researching this stuff, keep researching it, like that's
Okay.
what you know.
So the vibe that we get is there is no God. That's the vibe we get. And so if it's vibe, because yeah, I mean, we all have vibes, right? But vibes doesn't make it true, right? Because what if somebody has the wrong vibe?
I mean, like, when I get the vibe of God, it's just this, it's always been there. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, I've, like, I think I heard you mention something before about, like, along the lines of something being, it's always been there. Like, it has always been there. Like, is it's, it's just energy and stuff. I mean, if you
Okay.
can imagine, like, in a void, eventually it's gonna whirl together and form something. Like, look what happened. It happened, it obviously happened some way, some shape,
So,
form, of way.
what if
Things are here.
you're like me, and the thing that quote unquote vibes with me is like things that I can actually know for a fact, like the world around me,
Or like
and I
at least
look
have evidence for, yeah.
yeah, and I look for the evidence and find absolutely nothing that leads me towards this God. How would someone like me find this God?
Good
Well,
question.
when you have a vibe, when you're looking for the evidence, is it always like something physical that you're looking for?
I
No.
Whenever it comes to God, it's not necessarily physical because I know that there's like philosophical understandings that would put this God above everything else, like something that says that this God is more likely than it not existing. That's what I look for.
Yeah, something like that. And yeah, so it doesn't have to always be physical. Like we know thoughts are real, right? I mean, that's
Mm-hmm.
pretty easy. We know consciousness is real, and that those aren't physical things. So, I mean, it could be something like that. Like it would seem to me that if the universe is God, like you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
then it would just be as apparent as thoughts. Because, the
Pretty
universe is just all
much.
around is we're in the universe, right? It's everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But see, the
Mm-hmm.
problem is just like I'm with Hammy on this. I don't, when, like when I think of, when I'm trying to look for evidence of this God, I don't find anything. Yeehaw! Yeah, I don't find anything. So I'm trying to understand, like, because you said I've always felt it, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, like, I'm pretty sure, like, most people, like, we're here, we're connected to it already. Like, I think there's a lot of things in this, like, world that we live in that dull us to it, but, like, we're still connected to it. And I think that, like, and like one of the, I don't know, one of the books that I read said something about, like, basically stop calling it God so you don't get the image of a certain, like, type of thing. Like, it's more of an energy, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, um
It's just
but
energy the color of amber by chance.
honestly, I didn't look into what color the energy would be. I just
Don't mind me. It's just a song. Amber is the
oh,
color of your energy. Like,
oh, okay.
don't mind my silly joke.
But like, like as far as energy is concerned, we have a really good idea that energy doesn't have a mind, right? It can't really create anything.
I mean, like, it might not be able to like create anything, but like it does create something at the same time. And like we inhibit energy ourselves. Like we have it, you know, like.
Well, it converts to thing, like it converts to mass. That we know.
Mhm.
You know, like energy converts to mass, mass converts to energy. Like gasoline, for example, that converts to energy. That's mass, and that converts to energy. You know, and we put that in our cars and we drive. Yeah, something like that. I guess I'm, you know, but that would be like, you know, the energy that drives that fuels the car, like saying that has a mind. That, you know, that's a little bit like beyond my grasp. That makes sense.
I mean, like, does the blood in our system have a mind? You know,
No.
like, right? But it's like connected to one. Yeah, it's all a part of a system. It's,
Yeah,
you know,
part of a
sending
system.
signals.
Yeah.
It still sends signals. You know, like it's capable of doing that. It has a function, and you know, like it's, I don't know. It's like hard. It's what is it like? Astrology's thing is at like as above, so below, as within, so without. You know, like to look at certain things and be like, how can a mind be a part of this thing? It has no ability to think. Like it's a part of a greater system that has the ability to think overall.
Okay. Well, yeah, that we can agree with. I don't know if a system though, not every system I don't think demonstrates a God is real. Like the systems I know of that are out there that humans have created, you know? And I can understand if when folks say, well, because we see these things that humans have created, then that must have mean like a greater mind must have created these more intricate systems or these greater systems. But that doesn't necessarily hold true because we have evidence that these humans created these systems, right? Like our internet system, for example. We have we know that humans did that. But like the ecosystem, you know, can we say a God did that? We don't have any evidence of that. And
yeah, I guess it's just something that it's really knowing, like it's not just like religions and stuff that I looked up to. Like I followed nature and stuff. Like I don't know, it's hard to explain, like
I
to
got you.
put, you know, like put God and what we see as reality in the same being at the same time, you know, like
Thanks, Jess.
if you look at things. Yeah.
If we're going to incorporate nature into this God being, then there's a lot more atrocity. There's a lot more atrocity to that this God then has to account for because, I mean, it's then you're saying then that it actively chose to say send a tsunami to unalive like almost an entire island worth of people, or that the tornado that goes through America that unalives people, like it intentionally wanted to do that to those particular people, in which case that's a lot to account for in my opinion.
It's kind of frightening, yeah.
I mean, like if you compare the people to a rabbit and then the tsunami to like a lion, it really boils down to a force of nature. Like, I mean, it's horrific what happens, and what happens to the rabbit when when a carnivore gets a hold of it is also horrific incident for that thing. Like it's murder in its eyes, you know, like it's
sure. Well, I think
you know, but
where Hammy's where I'm gonna take where Hammy's going. I'm gonna go here where I don't know if Hammy's actually going.
On the same, I think you and I are on the same wavelength.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna take it there anyway. But I think I'm gonna take Hammy's point this way and say that does your God, like this universe or consciousness or whatever you might call it, could that have been any other way? Like, did it have to be, you know, suffering?
I mean, we don't live in a perfect world, you know?
Right. Although, but I'm specifically like, does it have to be, but does no suffering equals perfection? Like, could we have an imperfect world without suffering?
an imperfect world without suffering.
Yeah. Or actually, let me narrow it down a little bit. Unnecessary suffering. How about that? Like, is all suffering necessary in this world?
I think that within like humans, we could probably eliminate a lot of unnecessary
Yeah,
suffering.
I agree, because I think we cause a lot of it. I'm talking about, though, like Hammy's example of a tsunami just wiping out an island and just everybody on it. Animals, you know, humans,
At the
everybody.
same time, like, what are we gonna do if our sun blows up? You know, like, it's registered to have a certain amount of fuel, and at some point in time, it will explode. Like,
maybe that's
why does it have
necessary.
to?
Yeah, maybe that's necessary because it has a finite amount of fuel, right? And it's eventually going to run out. And you know, so I hope you all have plans billions of years from now, because you know we're all screwed.
Yeah, I'm just saying, you
I
know,
plan
like,
to. Well,
I've
so
been
the
stocking.
thing is my.
I've been stocking up. I mean,
it's hard to say with like forces of nature, though, because like you know this world, it wasn't set up so that the earth was still. You know, the earth moves
sure.
and stuff, and like the moon
Yeah.
causes waves and stuff. Like, there are things that manipulate it. You know, like, things were set in that way. Why did it have to be set that way? Well, like, maybe there is a world that's already perfect and like it's already taken up. We can't.
Well,
maybe we couldn't have a duplicate, or maybe we just weren't in the settings. Like,
sure.
you know, we're in a Goldilocks zone, but like
Yeah.
maybe our universe isn't
And we're
set
still
up
talking
to
about
be
could
that
be's and
way.
possibilities. Yeah, I hear you. We're still talking about could be's and possibilities. But what I'm trying to understand from like your point of view is, I don't know if I got like I don't know if you maybe understood my question or I maybe missed it, but I was really asking, like, does eliminating unnecessary like, is all suffering necessary? That's what I'm trying to understand from you.
Is all suffering necessary? I wouldn't say that all of it is.
Okay.
I mean, like,
And I'm talking
I
about
would
natural
say
suffering,
that-
like in nature. Is all of that
Yeah.
necessary? Not the suffering that humans cause. I'm with you. Humans, any suffering that humans cause, we should eliminate it. I'm with you 100%. I'm talking about the suffering that happen. Like, for example, babies getting vaccines. Like, that causes a small amount of suffering in the baby, right? Because they don't understand what's going on. It's I mean, when I watch my babies get vaccinated, you know, they were just totally like, you know, everything's cool, and then they felt, and then they just started crying. You know, they were just they just lost it because it's just a sudden. They're like, what the heck's going on? But it's good for them, right? I would call something like that necessary suffering, right? Just within our world parameters. But if there was a way we could deliver that vaccine without having to injure the baby like that, I'm all for it, right? If we had a way.
I mean, like, without pain, though, like, what are you bound to do? Like, without the tsunami, without the sharks, without all that stuff and the ocean can do, like, how are you supposed to know the dangers of it?
Well,
like, you know, you say like, why?
True.
What if? But like, why do people keep building houses? They've known for centuries that it happens, and yet they keep doing it. Like, they take the risk. Like, it's their choice to do that. They don't
Sure.
have to take it.
Well,
But they
like,
do it anyways.
from a godless, in a godless world, everything you're talking about is expected in a godless world, right? If it's just by natural forces, natural laws, we need pain receptors so we can navigate this world. So we know what the limits are, right? So we don't get too close to the fire. So our lungs burn if we don't get enough oxygen if we're underwater. That tells us, oh, I gotta go get some air. You know, we need stuff like that. But what I'm trying to understand is is it all or nothing in terms of suffering for you? Like, does a world have to be, if we got rid of suffering, does that mean the world is now perfect? Like, could there be imperfections in a world without suffering?
I mean, there could be more torture if things aren't like already well balanced. I mean, like, if people aren't suffering.
Okay.
Imagine if people don't suffer from things anymore. Like, people would probably start hitting each other a lot more because it's fun. You know, like,
maybe.
Or Or they wouldn't feel a need to.
Or they wouldn't feel. Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. Might go the
Like,
other
but
way.
look
And
at
is
all
it
the
really
crazy
torture if you
stuff.
can't feel it?
But look at all this. Yeah, I don't know, but it's weird. I don't know. That'd be a mentality
Yeah.
thing. But I don't know.
But
I
yeah.
see the universe as being like an organism itself. So like the way we
Okay, I'm gonna
see
start the
it,
poll,
like,
everybody. Okay. Well, here, I'm gonna start the poll. Yeah. Talk amongst yourselves, guests and co-hosts, please. Keep going.
huh? Oh,
Oh, just keep going. I'm just starting the poll for everybody, and I'm gonna be distracted.
I don't understand this idea of a God who is just allowing unnecessary suffering in senses of where, like, it has the control to stop it, right? Like, so the tsunami, for instance, the tsunami wiping out an entire island, which has happened. This seems like something that, like, if this God was privy, it sits there and sees, hey, this is about to happen. This is going to happen. It can stop that from happening. And it just chooses not to.
I don't see the God being like what the Bible kind of described, like this perfect, I don't know, like holy on one side, like almighty light, sort of. Like, I think, like I said, it's like an organism itself, you know. Like, I don't think, like, I know, like, we could live in a world without, we could live in a world without tsunamis, but like,
So what you're saying is that it has no ability to be able to stop it. And if that's the case, then why call it a God? Why even think of it as a God?
I mean, like, I would assume that there's definitely a world that is what you could say, like, perfect, but I don't assume that all worlds will. And, like, if it is true that one world is perfect, why will we be born in these types of worlds? Like, it's hard to say, really. Like, why does this negative have to happen? Why? Like,
Yeah.
I understood it just basically by reading the yin and yang. Like, I just, you know, like, it's hard to have one thing without the other, you know. Like, this thing still, I don't know, it's when I say it's like an organism, it's still like intakes, it's still like wastes, just like
Right.
the rest of us.
Hey, Queen, the chat has voted to move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming up and talking to us. Thanks for the cordial conversation.
Yeah.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Take care.
You too. Later.
I don't ever like the woo talk because it's all feelings and vibes and
maybe this, maybe
what
that.
feels right for you. Yeah, and it's like whenever it's trying to pin down on one specific thing, they just find a way to wiggle out of it.
Yeah, exactly. And I just want to just chat. We are pretty chill with, what we say about the guests, but if we're doing the ableism talk, like, and misogynist, just leave that shit out. Even friendlies, let's just not do that, because mods will mute you even if you're friendly. Yeah, let's not refer to anybody that way. No racism, misogyny, ableism, ageism, anything like that. So yeah, exactly, Pokey, exactly. That guess was chill, so there's no need for that.
I can give that command in my regal voice if you'd like. The whole entire, the royal decree shall be, don't be a dick.
Exactly.
Just don't do it.
Refrain from acting like a penis. Exactly. No dick check. Perfect. Exactly. So, all right. Let's move on to the next guest. We got another guest in the queue that they've been waiting, so appreciate your patience. How's it going?
Hi, it's going great. Do you hear me or?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't see a name for you. What can we call you?
Whatever you want. I would prefer not to go with a name. Yeah.
No, that's fine. We'll just call you guest then. That's fine. All right.
Okay.
And can I get your are you at least 18, and what pronouns do you prefer?
Yes, I am, and you can call me she, her.
Okay, fantastic. All right. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Okay. And what is your best evidence that God is real?
Well, the computer argument that you were talking about earlier.
Okay.
You
Computer
were
argument?
talking about, yeah, that
Oh, about it having alloys and stuff?
yeah,
Okay.
that one.
Okay.
So if you know that when you have a computer, you know that someone must have created it, right?
Yes, because, and the reason one big clue to that is because it has alloys which are not found naturally occurring. So we know that to combine these alloys, to combine these elements into alloys that comprise, like for example, steel. Like if you have a computer and it has a steel case, we know that's an alloy because steel does not occur naturally. So yeah.
Yeah, okay. And yes, okay. Then you were talking about mountains, right?
Mm-hmm.
That they like, I'm sorry, my native language is not English, so
no, you're fine. You're doing fine. And and again, you have time to formulate your thoughts, so don't feel rushed or anything like that. We're really patient here. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So the mountains are also created of something, but we really cannot we know with computers that there was a great intelligent mind that created it.
Yes. Because like for example, if we got an Alienware computer, we could go to the Alienware website and we could see that we can order one, maybe even talk to maybe some of their engineers, look at blueprints, or they can tell us how they created it. Yeah. So we can get lots of evidence of that.
If you find a computer tree, let me know because I would like to grab some stuff from the computer.
And the computer tree seeds. I will grow. I will immediately grow one in my backyard. Yeah. So,
yeah. Okay.
With you on that. So
look,
okay,
we're not
sorry.
all serious business here. Sometimes,
yeah,
sometimes
it's not all
jokes.
serious. Exactly. Sometimes we tell jokes.
I understand.
All right. So back to the mountain. Sorry, we guessed we derailed you. Sorry. So back to the mountain.
Yeah. Don't worry. So why can't that same logic work with mountains?
Well, we would be happy to go with that logic. So we would use apply symmetry to that. So what clues do you have? Like I pointed out things that tell us that computers are created by humans, right? So what characteristics of a mountain tells you God created this mountain?
Well, for an example, well, the ingredients of the mountains, they are like atoms and stuff.
Okay.
They are like designed and perfectly formed at the specific mountain, like it comes to be something,
How do we know that these atoms are designed?
Well, have you heard about the fine-tuning argument?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
So, are you familiar with Douglas McAdam?
Well, I'm not, and I would, you can explain.
Are you familiar with The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, not a problem. So, Douglas McAdam, in this book, has a fantastic analogy where he sits there and says, one day there was a puddle that had gained sentience. And the puddle looks around at, the hole it's filling. And he says, wow, this hole is amazing. It's fit and made just specifically for me. This hole was made for me to be able to be in. So clearly this hole is made specifically for me in mind. This is my hole. And as this puddle, as the day goes on, it starts drying out, and this puddle still has this idea that this comfy hole is just made for it as it slowly shrinks out of existence. And so when I hear the fine-tuning argument, I think about that sentient puddle, where we are a species that we look at today and we say this entire thing must have been created for me in mind, me specifically in mind, because it helps me. Everything around me is designed for me to have the most amount of comfort and to be able to survive. And what we don't ever think about is, how did that arise? Because if we look at the planet itself, what is it that humans need to survive? Well, we need water. The planet's surrounded by water. And the vast, vast majority of that water will unalive you, or try to at least. The animals that we need to survive off of, sometimes they will unalive you. Like, everything is out here trying to unalive us. And we ended up taming that land, and we ended up taming all of this stuff to then have the comfort today to say, hey, this is made specifically for me in mind.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay, I get it. But why do you think that there was the water to begin with? Like, why did we, there must have been something before that. Do you think so?
So I've done this on this on Trust Live before, and if need be, I do it again. But
I have a feeling, Hammy, this is going to be much more pleasant than the last time. So
of course.
The other one was really rough. Yeah.
I had this whole entire thing where I basically took like maybe 5 minutes and explained from the singularity that we know as the Big Bang all the way to present day. And I could go through that again, but I don't think that's necessarily necessary. But whenever it comes to just the Earth itself, like, we know how old the Earth is. We know what kind of conditions the Earth had beforehand, and we know how water came about, right? We know all this stuff due to science, and I can explain it to you. But the thing is like, whenever we look at all the evidence we have, nothing about it seems to indicate that it's created. It seems more to be that natural processes occurred that formed the way the Earth is, and formed how water came about, and formed how everything got to the point where we are today.
Okay, so do you think that it was a coincidence and just like matter of energy or something that just like before the Big Bang,
I don't particularly
just
care for the language such as coincidence, because coincidence, in my opinion, still seems to imply there's some kind of intent. I don't think there's any intent whatsoever. I think that what happened was natural processes. Like, if I were to take, like, say, Stephen Hawking, who is one of the most famous theoretical physicists, and I were to take his words, he says that because gravity is a thing, the start of the mass expansion was inevitable. It was always going to happen regardless.
Okay.
So if natural processes are always going to end up starting the Big Bang or the mass expansion, and natural processes went on from that point on, where I don't see where God is necessary in this hypothesis.
Okay, yeah. Okay. I kind of see where you're going, and I understand your point.
Okay.
Well, I think it's weird that, I don't know, that some kind of like energy can just, I feel like there has to be more to that.
Okay. So it sounds like it doesn't, like, you're thinking, well, there has to be more, right? And
Yeah.
I can understand, like, not feeling comfortable with, like, how, like, what we know or don't know, right? I get that.
Yeah.
I agree with you. There has to be more. I don't know, though, how that, then you say, how do you say then, well, there has to be more, so there has to be a God? Why can't there just be like more stuff that we don't know that explains all of these things without a God?
Well, yeah, that's a great question. I really don't know.
No,
Why
it's
couldn't
okay. That's
we-
honest. Yeah, we love
Yeah.
the answer I don't know. We love that answer.
Absolutely love
Okay,
it.
great.
Super honest.
Here-
Yeah.
Here's a hypothesis you can maybe mull over. Maybe not like have an answer for right now if you don't want to, but here's one to mull over. Why couldn't this just be a never-ending cycle of mass expansions and mass contractions? What about that idea fundamentally like breaks how the universe works?
Yeah, I think there's just the point that if the universe like expands constantly, then there has to be some space that the universe has to expand to,
So,
you know?
so the thing is the funniest thing is the way that we understand how the expansion is occurring, because this expansion is still occurring.
Yeah.
What we see that space and time and everything keeps on going outward, and it's basically think of it like this. You know, elevator doors, right?
Yeah.
So let's say you're trapped in an elevator, like you're at the floor, but for whatever reason the doors won't open, right? And somebody gets a machine, sticks it in between, and pushes open the door, right? So there's no space, like, for lack of a better, like there's a little bit of a space for them to get the machine in, but if there is no space there, and something is getting inserted in there and pulling it apart, it's creating that space for you to be able to get out. And so, in kind of a similar fashion, when we look at the way the universe used to be in a hot, dense state, it was this small, tiny, insignificant thing that ends up clawing its hands in, for lack of a better term here, clawing its hands in and creating the space it needs to expand. So, if it is creating that space, we then have it creating that space, and then the mass contraction is that it can't just constantly hold that space open. It's going to start coming back closer to each other. And what is wrong with, or what it fundamentally breaks the universe and how we understand it, if that's just a never-ending expansion out and contrasting in?
Okay, yeah, I get it, kind of. Yeah, well, I have another question then.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're an atheist and you believe that there was like nothing that created the world or us, is there why do we then like have morals and stuff?
The moral question. Okay.
Do you
We
want to
have-
tackle this?
Oh, yeah.
Trust?
Yeah, I'll take this one. And you know, Jessica, Ember, of course, jump in when you want to. So popcorn style. We do this popcorn style. So the evidence that we have, guest, is that evolution through natural selection and adaptation paved the way for morality. And if you consider that we have evidence that humans were and still are like a tribal species in which they survived by getting together in groups, right? And so if you have to rely on a group for survival, then it naturally follows that things like stealing is not going to be a good thing for the survival of the group as a whole, right? If you say unalive the best hunter in your group or the best gatherer in your group, that's going to make the entire group suffer. And especially if everybody in the group is relying on each other to survive, even one person being unalived could mean that the entire group doesn't survive. So naturally that would mean that this group would then have to come up with a means to punish the offender, right? Also, there were competing groups of humans, like fighting over resources. So if one group of humans unalives a member of another group of humans, then that group that experienced the unalivement would want to get back at that other group, right? And also it's like competing over resources. So this type of thing paved the way for like morality to happen. So as we evolved, we found it disadvantageous to just kill people. We found it disadvantageous to just take from others and make others suffer. So this we have evidence for. And also it, like when we think of things that like are morals in Christianity, we run into problems trying to understand why a God would say these things are good. Like, here's an example. The other day, I created a video. I clipped a video from a person who was on my live, and I just simply asked them one simple question. And then Ember was just like, "Are you kidding me?" But the question was, is it morally wrong to kill babies? And this Christian said, well, that's going to be a long discussion, and, you know, and it's a trap. And I was kind of dumbfounded because I think it's an easy answer. So guest, what do you think? Is it morally wrong to kill babies?
Of course it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, that it's more, and is it always morally wrong? No matter who kills a baby, is it always morally wrong to kill a baby?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So in that being the case, if we go to the Old Testament, we see so many instances of God killing babies, God commanding that babies be killed, and God threatening to kill babies. So when God does it, is it morally wrong?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't really know my Bible and I haven't read it.
It's okay.
That's
That's
well
okay.
yet.
You know what? I'm going to be honest with you, Gust. I appreciate your honesty. And you might be surprised to know I talk to like what I'd say, guys, 99% of the people I talk to have not read their Bible. So you're actually in good company.
And I would actually say one thing we do is we encourage you.
We want you to read your Bible. Yeah.
Yeah, we want you to read it like you would any other book, like that this is just something people wrote down, and not presuppose that it's already true. If you can, because there are some really horrific things in there. That once you kind of read it and you actually digest it, it can change your mind on a lot of things.
Can we show you a verse, Guest, just as an example?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm going to go to 1 Samuel 15 verses 1-3. This is a really, really easy one. And this is not to put you on the spot. Usually I'm kind of wanting to trap people, but I'm doing this more from a perspective of, you know, I want you to see what's in your Bible. And so this isn't to trap you. Okay. So I want to make this clear. Yeah. So, you know, cause you've been super honest with this so far. You've been really cool with this. So yeah, I'm not here to make you look bad or feel bad or embarrass you. Nothing like that at all. But this is kind of serious. So, because is this a God that you are certain is real?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. And so if you think that morality comes from this God, you know, that you might want to look at this. So this is first book of Samuel, chapter 15, verses 1-3. So I'll just go straight to verse 3, but I'll give you the context behind this. This is God commanding King Saul to defeat the Amalekites, right? But the command that Saul gives is verse 3. Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So if you believe that, like we do, that it's wrong in all cases to kill a baby, why would God command this?
I really don't know. I feel like
Honest.
God knows every like possibility that there is, and
Mhm.
I'm not really claiming that that's the right thing to do, but obviously I can put
Understood.
myself into
Understood.
God's perspective fully.
Yeah, understood. Now,
Yeah.
so if you can't put yourself in God's perspective, so let's step back from this for just a moment. If this God were evil, would you worship it?
Well, obviously not, but I don't think he's evil.
Okay. Yeah, you don't think he's evil. I think we got that. So I think we understand that.
Yeah.
But if this God were evil, if you found out this God were evil, would you continue to worship this God?
No.
Okay. So because if you're saying, well, I can't speak for God, because God knows all things, right? So let's just imagine for a second, we're reading this. From this, how can you tell whether or not this God is good or evil?
Well, I rely more on the New Testament and what Jesus thought, because he really had good moral values, and I feel like Holy Spirit also plays a big part, because on that time they didn't have that, and so they couldn't like fully grasp like what God was meaning to do. I really can't explain it any better.
I understand. Yeah, well, it's hard to explain. I don't blame you. It's very hard to explain. Now, is Jesus God?
Yeah.
Okay. So Jesus is God. So this is the same God that that came down as a person and was crucified, right? It's the same one.
Yeah.
Right. So so that means that Jesus was knowledgeable of this, knew about this.
Yes, and that's why he came down, because he wanted to make, I don't know, make it possible for people to gain their salvation.
Okay. Okay. So to gain their salvation, but we are talking about a God that possibly could be evil, right? So what if this God was actually evil and was looking to make the good people suffer in hell and reward the evil people in heaven? How would you be able to tell?
Well, I really don't have any evidence of that,
Yeah, and I'm not saying I do either. All I'm
Yeah.
saying is, from my point of view, like, I can't tell just from reading stuff, because there's many, many more verses like this. I can pull up at least 10 more, maybe 20 more of things like this. And wouldn't you think, though, that if it says something like this again and again and again, like as a pattern, wouldn't that give you pause to wonder, is this God really good and moral?
Yeah, well, I think the most problems that I have are with these exact situations. And I don't know, like genocide and stuff, I really don't understand.
Yeah.
Like, that's the one big thing that I don't, and I would really want to know why, but I just feel like we can't know everything, and I feel like the evidence of Jesus really dying on the cross and like coming to life are more like, they are bigger than, I don't know.
Can I just encourage? I think it is very common for Christians and just religious people in general to say things like, you know, we can't know the reason for everything, or God's ways are higher. Martillo, you're being muted because I already told you to stop spamming. What that is a thought terminating cliche. That it just kind of stops you from thinking through the entire thought process of what does that mean if God did this, if God committed this genocide. So I just encourage you to go beyond what we can't know.
And can I offer a way to,
Because
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and finish.
no,
Excuse
go
me.
ahead.
Oh, I was just going to
Go ahead.
offer a hypothetical. I'm going to do the uncle at the barbecue hypothetical, everybody. You guys know what I'm talking about. I say this over and over again, guests. So let's just imagine you have an uncle, guest, that you think the world of. You love this uncle, right? And this uncle has been very, very loving to you. You know, every year at your birthday, your uncle is there and, you know, makes you laugh, jokes with you, just you adore this uncle. All right. And you find out that before you were born, this uncle used to kidnap children and put them in his basement and torture them to death. But he doesn't do it but it doesn't happen anymore. Okay. And he never went to prison or anything like that. But you found this out. Would you love that uncle the same way?
Well, I don't think it's about love, but I would see him differently,
You
obviously.
would see him differently, right? Would you want to sit next to this uncle at the family dinner?
Well, that's a great question.
If you had children, would you let this uncle babysit your children?
Probably not.
Okay. So this is kind of what Ember is talking about here, is that when you have this, what'd you call it? Thought terminating process?
Thought terminating cliche.
Thank you. Thought terminating cliche. Yeah. And so the hypothetical that I just gave you kind of breaks that thought terminating cliche. Because if you think about it in that sense, we wouldn't dare let this uncle around our kids, right? We probably would not want to be in the same room as this uncle. But for some reason, we're giving this God a pass because he promised us some type of salvation that honestly we can't even really know is real until, at minimum after we die. So it may not even be real. And so if that's the case, because you began this piece of the conversation with, where do you get your morals from, But could we call that uncle of yours moral if you found out that uncle did that?
Well, I feel like he wouldn't if he would be like all good, because God claims in the Bible that he is all good and he wouldn't rape babies. And I'm not saying that the genocide is right or anything, but I don't know. Maybe I'm finding an answer to like things that I can't explain, and I feel like this is what I'm doing right now.
I understand. Yeah, totally understand. And that's why, I think, we have about a minute left before the vote, but that's why we were going to encourage you to, we implore you to read the Bible and read these verses. And like Ember said, just like any other book, and really pay attention to these. Because there's a lot more, as a woman, there's so many verses in there that, and I would encourage you to put yourself in the woman's shoes, right? Think of you being in that position, and would you want that to happen to you? Every time it mentions a woman, actually, you can do this. Every time it mentions a woman, just ask yourself, would I want that to happen to me? And then, really, really sit with that and, and consider that.
Yeah.
I also, in that same vein, with anyone that is affected by the Israelites or affected by God's commands, also put yourself in their shoes, and see them as if they were human beings living today, right? And those kinds of atrocities were happening to them, at that time. Like, how would that make you feel? Or, if it were happening right now, to innocent human beings, infants, and innocent animals. I mean, they got.
And Professor Hizzle, $5 super chat. Thank you. Happy Friday, boss. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope you're doing well too. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue on.
Oh yeah. But animals had nothing to do with it, other animals, and yet they've suffered as well. So just keeping all of that in mind, of not just glossing over these details, but really digging in and thinking about it.
Yeah. Yes, I will. I'm currently studying the New Testament, and yeah. So
I encourage you to study the Old Testament.
yes, I will.
Like,
Yeah.
it's easy to be a New Testament Christian. I was a New Testament Christian for over 20 years. It's super easy and feels super good to be a New Testament Christian. But then once you look at the Old Testament and you're no longer looking at it and glossing over what happens to the victims, it turns into a different story.
Yeah.
Definitely does. All right. Well, it looks like they have voted to move on to another guest, but guest, I thank you for coming up and talking with us. It was a very nice conversation.
Thank you for this conversation.
Yeah. And you know what? I encourage you to come back another time. And, after taking some time to reflect and read, come on back. And if you have any other questions, if you want to challenge us, us, come on back. We're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably will. Yeah.
Sounds great. We'll be waiting for you. We'll be expecting you.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Goodbye.
All right. Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah. Great way, man. Hammy, Ember, you guys, that was very well said. Everything you said, very well said.
It's easier to talk to somebody, who is willing to listen and who's willing to take in the information. And even if she disagrees, just kind of have a discussion about it.
Just have a discussion.
Rebecca, refreshing. That was very nice.
Yeah. Did lean a little bit on the, hey, we don't know God's ways, but I mean, it's not the first time we've heard that. But yeah, it wasn't like followed by the just abject denial. Right?
She was able to wrestle with it a little bit and willing to say, like, okay, I'll go back and read it.
Yeah.
Willing to admit that she doesn't know the Bible.
Yeah. And that's, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I hope that, she does actually study, but it was a really, really nice conversation.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Jess. How are you?
Hey. I am alive. I went and donated life juice, and then they took more than they were supposed to. So I'm feeling a little funky.
Oh no. So no amount of cookies could help that, right?
No.
Well, we're glad you're here. You have a little bit of life juice left in you, and you're speaking to us. We're happy for that.
Exsanguination is a fun word, but not a fun experience.
Exactly. Yeah, what do you got for us?
I just wanted to share something that I learned recently that I feel is a fantastic argument against creation.
Oh, what's that?
is that sperm whales are born without the ability to swim.
I did not know that. That is wild. They don't know how to
Yeah.
swim?
No. So when they're born, a family unit of like 15 random sperm whales, even ones that are likely to cannibalize the younger ones, will gather around and hold this baby up, and so that way the baby can breathe until the baby figures out how to swim eventually.
No.
And so they just
way.
do that. And so to me, I'm sitting here like, so you're telling me that your God made everything, but didn't make sperm whales born with the
An
ability
ocean
to
creature
swim?
without the ability to swim. That makes no sense.
Especially an ocean creature that is dependent upon air to survive because they're mammals.
Yeah, that's right. That's even worse. Oh my
So
goodness.
like it's not
That
like
is
they can just,
wild.
drift around the ocean and
Yes.
breathe that way. They
Yes.
have to have air, so the family unit has to hold them up to the
Exactly.
water.
Yes, and I agree with you, Godless Ethan. It is so crazy, but so cool to know. And on top of that,
Well, also I
Yeah.
will say, sorry, 1 second. Like God, and it's not for survival, but God giving penguins wings and then they can't fly
that's all
is
sorts of fucked up.
incredibly rude.
Yeah, that's all sorts of
Right?
fucked up. Yeah,
Right? It's like a
all
cruel
sorts of
joke.
fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are these for? God, they're useless. Can't even fly away from the predators. I have to slide on my belly. Like, how
Yeah, exactly.
humiliating
And they
is
waddle.
that?
They can't even run fast. Yeah, exactly.
They can't run.
See, what happened
Yeah,
was
they have to like stay
whenever the
up hills
sperm
so they
whale
can just
was
go down.
Yeah.
whenever the sperm whale was created, the penguin was laughing and said, "Ha! What you did something incredibly dumb, God!" And
They
then
did.
all of
They
a
went
sudden
like
I
ha
was
ha
"Okay."
ha 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 ha.
Yeah, and God's like, "Oh,
Look at that.
that's how you feel. Well, here's
Right.
wings, can't fly. Oh, by the way, can't even really walk all that quickly. Bam,
Yeah,
try
right.
surviving now."
Yeah.
I love that so much. That's my favorite explanation, actually.
But as a consolation, we'll put you on a big piece of floating ice at the bottom of the earth.
Right? What about ostriches and emus? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
for sure. But at least they can run.
Yeah, they can run fast, but penguins are just
They're
screwed. Yeah.
dangerous.
Yeah, they're dangerous. Yeah. Like,
What was it? The emu war in Australia?
Emus
Mhm.
won.
emus
The
won.
emus one. That's so
Emus
wild
won.
to me.
I think
Yeah.
that is the most hilarious Australian fact to me.
Yeah. Emus
Like,
won.
they
A
love
platypus.
emus.
Oh my god. Yeah, why on earth would and I was a young earth creationist for many, many years. Sadly the majority of my life at this point. And so like I remember learning about the platypus and going, yeah, God just threw that in to confuse the libs. Like yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened. Like,
But God was joking that day.
yeah.
I think
Just the most ridiculous explanations.
I think
God drank a little too
God
much
probably
water.
invented wacky tobacco that day.
No,
Mhm.
God drank a little too much water because he turns that into wine, and he ends up creating that thing. And then in the morning, whenever he's has this massive hangover, he looks at it and he's like, "The fuck did I just create? What the
Yeah,
hell is
and
that?"
then I created 50 million of them. What the hell was I thinking? Oh, yeah.
Why do they sweat milk? Why did I make that?
Yeah, like I can understand so much, but the sweating milk is like the part that destroys me.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you want them to like they.
Okay, Mama, sit down.
Are you fed, Daddy?
Yeah.
My son just walked in. One sec.
Oh, right on. No problem. Oh, 1 sec. I got a call. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Amongst, I don't know.
Just there's so many things that happen that about the earth that the only thing I can think of is that God was just drinking too much water if he created all this stuff, right? He was drinking way too much of it because he sat there and the next day he looking at everything and he's like, holy fuck, what is that? What is going on over there? Like, why did I do this?
Makes me want water.
All right.
All right, but I'm probably gonna actually pass out because
Okay, please don't
I
pass
need to
out.
sleep and make blood. So
Okay.
bye.
Please sleep and make blood. Yes, please do that. Bye, Jess.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye. All right, let's bring up Gladiator. All right. How's it going, Gladiator?
How's it going, man? You all right?
Yeah, we're doing good. Doing good. Can I get your age and pronouns?
My age is 23, and it's he, him, I guess.
All right,
Yeah.
cool. All right. And which god do you believe in?
Not really a specific one, just a creator in a sense. There's
Creator?
definitely a creator, yeah.
Okay, like an intelligent mind creator?
I mean, that's probably the best way we could fathom it. Something intelligent created this place that we're at, yeah.
All right. Okay, well, what's your best evidence that this god is real?
It's probably the cosmic microwave background tests, if you're aware of those.
Yeah. CMBR? How does the CMBR demonstrate that
The
this god is
cosmic
real?
microwave
Background radiation, yeah.
Yeah, it's basically they sent up some, I forgot if it was satellites or some sort of device that basically reads everything we can't perceive with our own eyes, like all the energy.
Okay.
And the basic idea of the heliocentric model, which is the idea of, we're kind of revolving around everything in this huge universe where everything's moving. The idea is that energy.
Well, that's not the heliocentric model, right?
Yes, it is.
Doesn't have to do with the universe. It has to do with our solar system.
Yeah, and in turn, the wider universe is normally attached to it.
Okay.
The heliocentric model is the idea that, we spin around the sun and the sun's spinning around the galaxy, and that's the heliocentric model.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Right. Oh, sorry, did I pause my thing then?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, just come back to the app. Yeah, remember to come back to the app so we can hear you.
Energy is supposed to not be preferred, like have a preferred direction, which is called, I think, homogeneous energy and isotropic, I think.
Okay.
So what that means is basically energy shouldn't have a preferred direction and it should be dispersed evenly. That's one of the most basic fundamental aspects of the heliocentric model.
Okay.
However, they did these tests, the cosmic microwave background, and what came back is actually energy was not homogeneous, so it was unhomogeneous, and it was anisotropic.
Okay.
And actually, all the energy transferred in the direction of Earth. So what does that mean?
All the energy in the universe?
All the energy in the universe on a tilt was not homogeneous, meaning evenly dispersed. It was all transferred. It's all on a. I'm not sure what the term is that they use. Isotropic energy is basically, it's meant to be random in a sense, to simplify it.
It's meant to be random?
But according to this data, it's not random, and it's pointing at us. So it kind of suggests that we might be the center of the universe.
Okay. I'm still not clear on how that demonstrates that God is real.
Well, if we're the center of the universe.
I don't think that's... I think you're misunderstanding what that paper is saying if you're reading from a paper.
It's just some research I did, yeah.
Okay, where is this research coming from? Like, what's the sources?
I mean, you can Google it. Wikipedia is like open.
Well, this is this is your evidence. So
and they had to rerun the tests, and because they thought it was a mistake, they're like, "There's no way this can be right." We're obviously not the center of the universe.
What's your source that you're pulling from? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the Wikipedia. Is Wikipedia a good source?
Well, is that where you're pulling from?
What do you mean by pulling? I mean, I'm sure you could find out about it there, right?
Yeah, but the thing is like, if I sat there and told you that rain is actually ice cream,
Yeah.
And the science has shown this. You'd ask me, where are you getting that from?
Yeah, I'd Google
And
it.
I said, oh, dude, just Google it. That
Well, I
doesn't
would, and it wouldn't
do
come up.
anything.
But you're acting like I'm saying something
but the
that's not
problem
real.
is,
You can just
no,
Google
the
it
problem
now.
is that I'm asking you, what is your source of
Google.
this
Google's my source.
information?
Okay.
Google.
Well, Google's
So-
not a source; it's a search engine.
This is like a real thing. I'm not making it up. Cosmic microwave background.
That
It's
that
real.
might be true, but what we're I think what Hammy's asking, and if he's not, I'm going to ask for him. Is there a paper that says, the Earth is the center of the universe, therefore God exists?
No, of course not.
Okay, so we're taking so that sounds like a huge leap. So that's back to my
I'm just
question.
inferring the data.
Yeah. So how does all the energy coming to the center, the Earth being the center of the universe, how does that, because I asked you that before, how does that demonstrate that God is real?
Because we're the center of the universe. That means there's
I don't know.
Everything revolves around us. That means we're in a special place, and we're the center of it. That kind of heavily implies that we're special and we were created.
So
well, that makes us, maybe that makes us special, or maybe that makes this doesn't mean that it's, it doesn't mean that just because we're in the center of the universe that we're special. It just means we're in the center of the universe. That doesn't mean anything.
And where does the data say that this energy, quote unquote, comes back to Earth?
I mean, I'd have to leave the live and get all the documents up. But this is just something that I want people in the chat to go and research after.
No. We'll just
remember.
Yeah. We'll just grant what you're saying is true. Okay. We'll just grant what you're saying is true. I'm focused on the center of the universe part, but how that demonstrates God is real.
Yeah.
And how we were created. I don't see how that any of that correlates with us, because we're the center of the universe. So what?
So let's just imagine you're walking through a jungle, and then you see a tall stone structure. What's one of the first things that's going to come to your mind?
What's that tall stone structure doing there? But you're
going to think
we have. Well, there's a state called Sedona, Arizona.
Immediately, your mind's going to go to creation.
No, there's this place called Sedona, Arizona. Don't know if you've been there. Okay, no. But they have tall stone structures there all over Sedona, Arizona. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't tell me God created it.
Man-made. No, I'm talking about a man-made stone structure, equivalent to the pyramids or some sort of building or something.
I would assume that it was. I would assume that some being created it. Yes, but okay, but that's not relatable to what you just said.
Why does it not work on a larger scale?
Because we would need evidence for that, right? So
the evidence is right there. The creation.
This is the same as the watch. This is the same as the watchmaker principle that was produced 400 years ago and was debunked 300 years ago.
Not too aware of that. Not aware of that one.
Yeah, it's the watchmaker fallacy. If you're in the forest and you find a watch, would you think it's natural or somebody created it? It's the same thing, and that was debunked. That was offered 400 years ago, and it was debunked 300 years ago. Well, because it's a stone structure, a watch. You're just saying it's the same thing. You're just replacing it with a stone structure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, same thing, right? But does that not make sense? That your mind immediately goes to a creator when you see something? So why does your mind immediately go against
the reason why is because we've seen other stone structures, right? We've seen other stone structures being made, like you said, the pyramids, the Washington Monument. If there's a stone structure, I don't think you're from the U.S. Yeah,
but I don't
they've all have
to
creators,
tree,
but
therefore creator.
Yeah, but
they
I
all have.
I don't do that to a tree. Well, you're just saying that, but what is your evidence of that?
No, but that's what you're saying you'd do. If you're out in the wilderness and you saw something clearly man-made,
but that doesn't mean that a creator is that doesn't mean it has a creator. It's possible it could have been there. It could have occurred naturally. It's possible, but that doesn't mean automatically it's naturally? Well, because you're assuming it's already a man-made creation. But if you don't know it's a man-made creation, then you wouldn't automatically assume it was created, because you're only saying that because we've already seen stone structures that were created before. That's the fallacy. Is that you're using something that we already know was created. But what do you this is the third time I've had to do this, chat. How about in the case of a mountain? What tells you a mountain was created?
It's more the whole world tells me it was created.
Okay, but what
I just
characteristics does a mountain have that tells you that was created? What tell me exact characteristics.
A mountain specifically doesn't have characteristics of creation, but the natural world in which the mountain exists, how there's a glacier on top and the natural water runs down, and the water cycle and the natural
water
world.
cycle.
That's what tells
How?
me the creator exists.
How though?
How?
Tell us
No,
how.
I mean, because this is just in my mind. It looks like a system.
In your mind.
It looks
Okay,
like
well,
it's like
yeah.
a machine.
Okay, well, it looks like a machine. Okay.
Yeah.
And is it possible that humans replicated that to make their machines look like that? They were inspired by that?
Replicated what exactly?
They took that as an inspiration and said, "Hey, this is the system here. Let's use
like the
that
water
as a
cycle.
system for our things." Yeah, water cycle. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to but what part of the water cycle tells you God created it? Like, give me a specific aspect of it that tells you God created it. Something specific.
Because it allows us to be here. Without it, we wouldn't be able to be here.
Okay. But 99% of the water that is here, we can't drink and is actually poisonous to us. So why would a God
there's water that we can drink, and therefore we are
but
here
why
having
would
this conversation.
but why would
We get to
God
exist.
Yeah. We have 90 less than 1% of it is here. But
it doesn't matter. There's enough.
Our species have encountered droughts. No, it does matter, because why would a creator do that?
Well, yeah, but now you're just going into bad things happen, so God can't exist.
That's not what I said. Let's not pivot.
just what
I'm asking you, why would a creator put us on a planet where 99% of the water we cannot drink? Why would a creator do that?
Well, because 99% of the water is drinkable or breathable for many other organisms. We're not the only organism on Earth.
So then why do animals, including us, die of lack of water? If there's enough water to drink. Yeah. You've never heard of drought?
You see, again, you're just going to bad things happen.
Okay,
God can't exist.
I'm trying to ask you, no, but you're dodging the question. I'm asking you, why would a creator do that?
Why not? Why does a creator?
What do you mean, why not? Why does that make sense?
Because you see, this is the problem.
Okay, you're still dodging the question. You're dodging the question.
Can I answer your question? No, I'm going to answer your question perfectly.
Okay, answer the fucking question then. Why would a creator do that?
Come on, guys, we don't have to get mad.
Okay, because you're being you're frustrating me right now because you're not answering the question. You're dodging it. Because you're dodging the question. Answer the question.
So your question is, why do droughts happen?
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Okay, sorry, rephrase it then.
My question was, why would a God put us on a planet where 99% of the water is undrinkable and we would die after 3 days of not having water?
Because there are organisms known as sea life that also need to live. So that is where they live. And we do have drinkable water. It's called fresh water.
Okay. Why are there there are droughts? Why are there droughts if there's enough water for everybody? You still didn't answer this part.
No, and this is where I'm answering, but you're saying I'm pivoting. And what I'm saying is you're assuming that a creator has to
Okay, that's not an answer to my question. I didn't ask for meta. I didn't ask for commentary.
I asked for
I'm not
perfect.
Okay.
That's what the answer is. The creator isn't
okay.
perfect.
Then, so the creator isn't perfect. Okay, so this sounds like a Build-A-Bear God. So,
well, okay, you can.
So
think
then,
that.
yeah, it's a Build-A-Bear God. You're just taking parts away and putting parts in.
Yeah.
So you make
because
this.
I don't know the answer.
But you make this. Okay, so you don't know the
basis.
answer. So then that means therefore that God exists. That's.
Well, that's my reasoning for why God exists, and you're getting angry
because you don't have an answer.
For being an atheist.
Okay. Well, no, you weren't a real atheist.
Sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand from you, how does not knowing something demonstrate a God is real? How does that How does that work?
Well, I already demonstrated that how.
No, you didn't.
Scientific tests that prove
no, you didn't.
that we are literally the center.
No,
of the
you
universe
gave no evidence for us being at the center of the universe. You just said we're at the center of the CMB says we're at the center of the universe, therefore God exists. That doesn't follow. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't make sense.
It's good evidence. I mean, the fact that
well, to you it's good evidence, but not to anybody else. Why don't scientists agree with you?
If it was
okay, so then why didn't scientists come to the same conclusion you did? What are they missing that you
they thought
have?
it was a mistake. They did the test 3 times. They thought it was a mistake every time.
Okay, I'm not talking about the test. Why didn't they conclude that God exists? You keep dodging my questions, and this is getting really fucking frustrating. So please don't dodge my questions anymore. Just answer the question. Why didn't scientists come to the same conclusion?
That God exists?
Yeah.
A lot of scientists do believe God exists.
Okay, that's not what I asked. What I asked you is why didn't scientists come to the same conclusion that God exists based on the CMB?
They did.
Where?
Many did.
Where? What papers demonstrate this? It's your burden of proof. Provide us scientific papers that are peer-reviewed that say, because of the CMB, that say that the Earth is the center of the universe, we conclude that God is real.
No, there wasn't any mass consensus on it.
I didn't ask for a mass consensus. I asked for a peer-reviewed paper.
I cannot cite you.
Okay, so that's not evidence. You just saying scientists believe in God, this points, that's not evidence. That's just your conjecture.
It's not evidence against one either.
I didn't say it was. I just said it's not evidence for.
Okay, well, then
okay.
he's right.
Anything else?
It's a silly argument then, isn't it?
You're here. It's your evidence. So, okay, I guess it's silly. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, well, you haven't really explained to me how you think all of this.
I don't need to explain anything to you. I asked you for evidence. Just because I don't have answers for everything does not mean that God is real. Do you not get that?
The cosmic microwave background, for anyone interested in
We heard you the first time. We all heard you. Everybody was paying attention.
You don't like the evidence, but that's my evidence.
Well, it's not evidence. I just told you why it wasn't evidence. Oh, fuck. Chat, I am clipping this. This is so fucking frustrating. All right. Anything else? Do you have anything? Gladiator, do you have anything else?
Yes, my best evidence is the fact that you're here doing a live right now.
I'm here doing a live right now. And how is that? That's even worse than your first one. How is that
because
evidence?
You exist. How do you exist without creator?
And how does that demonstrate that a God is real?
Because you are here right now existing.
Okay, that's circular argument. Okay, evidence. So you said my best evidence, so this is my phone charger. My best evidence is that you're here. And how I know that God is real is because you're here. That's basically what you told me. Is this going to charge my phone, Gladiator?
Kind of. That doesn't make any sense.
Will this charge my phone?
No, of course not.
Okay, so that's a circular argument. That's begging the question. That doesn't fit.
Yeah. Well, this whole thing is a circular argument. My point is, I've come up here to expose
I grant
how
that.
frustrated you get when someone believes in God.
No, it's not the frustration of people believing in God. I've had talks.
Why do you care so much about
you're
God?
the first person I've had frustration with. Maybe the problem is you. Okay. I've had very good conversations up to this point. I haven't met an intellectually dishonest person until you came up to the board.
How have I been intellectually dishonest?
Because I'm asking you questions and you're dodging the questions.
I haven't dodged a single question.
It's very fucking frustrating. So
asking a question after you're asked a question is dodging the question.
Yeah, it's dodging the question. It's intellectually dishonest.
I answered it. You just assumed that God is perfect.
Explain to us.
Bad things can't happen.
I did not assume God is perfect. I assume God doesn't exist because I don't have any evidence of it. I don't have any evidence that God exists, so I don't assume anything. Do you
have any
about
evidence
God.
that he doesn't exist?
I don't need to have evidence that he doesn't exist. It's the same evidence as Santa Claus not existing. I don't need to prove something doesn't exist in order to think it doesn't exist. That's not how it works. So here's a perfect example, Gladiator. Do you know for a fact whether or not little blue men live inside of Venus?
Do I know for a fact? No, of course not. I've never been there.
Do you believe that little blue men live inside of Venus?
It's possible.
I didn't ask that. I said, do you believe if little blue men live inside of Venus?
Would I bet my life on it? No, but I wouldn't be surprised. It's possible.
Okay. That's still not an answer. I just need a yes or no. Do you believe that you little blue men live inside of Venus?
I would say yes then. Because I wouldn't be able to say no. I haven't got enough evidence. You can't. It's not really a yes or no. It's like maybe. I've never been to see.
Okay, so it's a yes or you can't say yes for sure or no for sure.
I'd probably lean on the no side.
You lean
who
on the
knows?
no. Okay, prove that they don't exist there. Prove it.
I'd need to go there and check it out.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence, but you don't believe it. See how easy that is? See how
Yeah,
that
but
works?
that's why I'm 50-50. I'm not completely, they don't exist. You're completely, God doesn't exist.
Okay.
You got a thing
So
against the idea of
are
a
you
creator.
really, are you,
Agnostic Abe Blumen.
yeah. So you're
Venus.
agnostic, you're agnostic to little
Blumen.
A Blumen. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
agnostic A Blumen. Okay,
Well, I think
so
everyone
you're
should be
saying that
agnostic
everything,
to
so
stuff
are
like
you
this.
agnostic to Santa Claus?
Well, I was told Santa Claus existed.
Oh God, you're dodging question after question. I didn't ask that. I asked you, are you agnostic to Santa Claus?
No. I've been told he's not real. I just said no.
Okay, you're not agnostic to it. Do you believe that Santa Claus is real?
No, I do not.
Okay, demonstrate that Santa Claus is not real.
I caught my mum putting Christmas presents in, like under the tree when I was
Okay.
younger. That's how I found out.
Okay, that's
So-
not evidence.
That's perfectly good evidence. I
What if
caught her in the act, I
what if
caught her
your
lie.
mom? But what if your mom got it from Santa Claus and she
Well,
just
then
didn't want to
play
tell
what
you?
else, and then now you're just doing a circle argument.
Okay, so this is the thing: is that you
Yeah, it's a
cannot
silly conversation,
you cannot
isn't it?
prove.
That's what I'm trying to
Well, you're
highlight
the
with
one that
being
came.
up here.
You're the one that came up with this conversation. So
I know.
yes, I agree. It's a
know.
silly conversation. So it's
saying
not
the whole
because you
thing's a
believe in
silly
a God.
conversation.
It is because of the character of the person I'm having the conversation with.
No, it's
That
just,
is
you
why
have
this is
no
a silly
idea
conversation.
if God exists or not, and you shouldn't sit up here and like talk to people like that last girl and like try and push them away from a God because you don't agree with it.
Ah, so this is a personal vendetta that you have. You have an axe to grind.
Yeah.
That's why you're up here. Okay,
And
that's
I'm
your
not even
opinion.
I'm not even a Christian believer. I don't believe.
That's
in
your
it.
opinion.
But if someone was to believe in that, you shouldn't sit up here and tell them they're wrong for believing it.
Nobody said
It just
they
makes
were
you a
wrong
shitty
for
person.
believing it. That's not what we said.
Oh, come
You
on. The way you
clearly
guys are
did not
talking to us,
listen.
come on.
That's
Leave her
clearly
alone.
you. That's
Very-
clearly
very
you
listened.
clearly did not listen. We're here to be
Buddy,
convinced.
Told her to read her Bible.
No,
We
you're
said
not.
go
You
read the
people
Bible.
will never be convinced. I've
Okay.
seen what you people do.
Oh,
on these
so you're a
lives.
mind
You're
reader
not
now. Okay, so
you're not
the
interested in being
okay,
convinced. How long
so
have
the
you been doing these
intellectual
lives for?
tiding that we have. No, don't fucking talk over me. This is my live, and if you unmute, I'm just gonna mute you, and I'm gonna make you look really bad, and I'm gonna fucking clip you. So you better get your mind right, and you better start being
Don't
respectful.
clip me. Don't clip me.
Yeah, you better start being respectful. So, yeah, I don't care if, yeah, you probably don't care about being clipped, but you're going to be taught. That is clear. All right. So it's fine if you have an agenda, then come up with the agenda. We could have solved this. You wasted 22 minutes of everybody's time. That's what you did. You came up here with an agenda simply to say, well, I don't like the way that you talk to these people up here. So basically what you have is you're just crying about meta. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody cares what you think about that. Nobody cares. We were asking for evidence up here. I don't care what you think that we don't want to be convinced. If we didn't want to be convinced, we wouldn't be asking for evidence. Okay?
Of course you would.
I didn't ask you to unmute, so I don't know why you're unmuting. Never did you get the invitation to unmute. So, don't know why you're doing it. So, exactly 0 people have we come up here and told them to stop believing what they were believing. This is a little fantasy that you drew up in your head because you just don't like the fact that we don't believe what you believe. So just stop with the main character bullshit. All right. You're not the main character. And it's clear that you think you're the main character because you keep trying to unmute. You don't answer questions. You dodge questions and you're just intellectually dishonest. So we're sorry we hurt your feelings. We're sorry we're bruised your ego, but get over it. Get over yourself. Now you can unmute. All right.
Oh, are you done?
I just said you can unmute.
Oh, okay, cool.
All right.
You done crying? We can have an unemotional discussion now.
Okay.
And there's the
from the person that came up crying. Okay, so enough with the main
I'm not
character
crying.
shit.
You're the one that started swearing at me first,
Okay,
getting angry.
do you have any other evidence? The fact that I'm here, not evidence. The center of the Earth being center of the universe, not evidence. We shot those down. Anything else?
The reproductive system is pretty good evidence.
The reproductive system? How? How is the reproductive system good evidence?
Like we can breed and make more of us. That's pretty cool.
We can breed and make more of
Surviving.
us. That's pretty cool.
Not all of us can.
Not all of us can.
everyone's
Sorry, what do you mean
genitalia
all? No, but as a there's
reproductive systems can work in that way. Not everybody. Like, what are you even talking about? There's every single species that is alive can reproduce in some way.
Yeah,
Clearly,
beautiful.
It's not extraordinary at all.
that's just natural.
Point to it
That's-
ever happening anywhere else. If it's not extraordinary.
Point to it happening anywhere else?
Yeah. Yeah.
What?
Any
Are you
other
saying
scenario,
humans are
except
the
for on
only
Earth,
people who
of
are the
animals
only beings?
reproducing? No,
Are you
I'm
saying
talking about
humans are
anywhere
the only
but Earth.
beings anywhere
No.
on Earth?
Anywhere but Earth, it happening.
Okay, of course we don't know about anywhere but Earth.
Right, so to say it's not extraordinary and to blow off life as like something that's not extraordinary is kind
It's
of
not
crazy.
extraordinary as far as this goes, no. As far as everything we know about life, that's what life does. Life proliferates, life procreates. That's what life does.
That's
So of course it's not extraordinary at all. That's what life does. You do realize if life there wouldn't be life if we couldn't procreate. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh boy.
We also only have a tiny picture of the entire universe. Like, we are only a
Dunning-Kruger
planet
is
inside
just
of one galaxy inside like amongst like tons and tons of galaxies in the universe.
Yeah, we're pretty special, right?
Easily be other stop interrupting me. There could easily be other planets out there that have not perfect, but have conditions suitable for life.
Yeah,
Easily.
he's really showing us.
Yeah, but there's no proof of those. Like, there's no evidence of that. So,
But you're the one who is saying, give me another example. We're not going to say like it can't happen because we have a tiny itty bitty picture
true
of the universe. So to say, no other planet, no other place can do that, that's dishonest.
So what do you think about us being it? Do you think it's just a stroke of luck that we're in like the Goldilocks
It's not about
zone,
a stroke of luck. No.
I mean, us being in the Goldilocks zone and being so far from the sun and, perfect conditions for us to be here.
Fine tuning.
No, I'm just asking what you make of it. Like,
what do we make of it?
Yeah.
That's the laws of physics. That's the evidence that
What
we
do you mean
have.
it's the laws of physics?
It's the laws of
What do you
physics. That's the evidence we have. Okay.
And
I'm saying
it's not this pinpoint.
Not
It's
pinpoint.
actually quite large.
Yeah. It stretches from Venus all the way to like past Mars. So yeah, it's like many, many millions of miles. And you realize we move millions of miles, throughout the year, closer and further away from the sun. So we're not like in one spot, just orbiting around the sun in a perfect circle. It's an ellipse.
Yeah, but we stay in the perfect area.
Yeah, correct. Because of the laws of physics, gravity. That's what keeps us.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what keeps us there.
Okay.
I mean, all explained by science. Yeah.
Yeah, science
That's
is your
like you
God.
sit there firing a pew pew
No.
at a bar.
Science is not our
saying,
God.
It is.
It's like you firing a pew pew at a board and saying, "Hey, look, this is perfect. I hit the building." Like,
Wait.
yeah, the thing is massive.
Hold on. I want to address this really silly comment. So, can you point out some church services for science that we can go to? When are these services held?
Like sort of scientific institution like NASA or anything like that.
Like NASA?
Yeah.
Oh. Are you part of the are you red pilled, by the way?
What's red pilled?
Okay.
Like in the Matrix? Yeah, I'm red pilled in the Matrix for sure.
Oh, you're red pilled? Okay, that explains it. Andrew Tate, you listen to Andrew Tate?
Oh no, not that kind. No. I don't like Andrew.
Okay.
Who do you like? Joe Rogan?
Yeah, Joe Rogan's cool.
Oh my God.
That explains it.
Oh,
sorry, is
God.
that a bad
Oh
thing?
my
Sorry.
God.
Yeah,
Oh my
that
God.
explains
Fresh and fit?
No, come on. What do you make me for, man?
Look.
Well, because I believe in God, I'm a fan of Fresh and Fit.
No,
It's not the
red pilled. Yeah, you just said you're red pilled.
No, but I said like from the Matrix. Have you ever seen the Matrix?
No, it's not.
yes.
It's the behavior, not the
Yeah.
belief. It's the behavior.
Oh,
Yeah. That's what
okay.
that's what we're gleaning from this. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, you have your God. I have my God.
No,
So
but
Yeah.
it's not. No,
It's
science
not a
is a
god.
method of understanding the world.
how do you know
When you
how far
do
away the sun
science,
is?
what because of the way we do
No, but how do you
science.
know?
How do I know?
Yeah, both
What
of you. How do you know?
you
Because of
understand that scientists have done tests on this
No, I'm talking about you.
because so Christians. Here's the thing:
So
Christians
scientists are
think
your
that no.
priests.
Stop interrupting
There you
me.
go.
Stop
Science is
interrupting
your
me.
God.
Stop.
Clip
Hey,
that.
stop.
All right.
Stop. I
All right.
know that you
I've had
hate when a
enough.
femme voice.
I've had enough.
Oh my God.
Go ahead and finish your thought, Ember, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just so fucking painful. Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, chat. My my gifting got restricted again, and yeah, just like
So
that's what he came up here
no,
just to get dropped.
Gladiator.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't actually care. Men like that are gross. Young men are not okay. At all.
Well, this is
At
why
all.
there's a male loneliness epidemic.
They're
That's
not
why.
lonely enough.
Not lonely enough. Exactly.
No. No.
That's why there's an
They're not.
epidemic, and it's
Because they're not
it's
learning. They're
and it's
still not
self-inflicted.
learning.
Yeah, it's self-inflicted.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's- Hey, have you
Um,
seen the video of the little kid shooting himself in the nuts with the little toy gun?
Oh my
It's
God.
it's like this little
No.
kid. Yeah, it's this little boy. He's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. I send that as a joke to, like, because I'm in like fantasy football, and so when their teams are
Mhm.
doing shitty, I just say, yeah, this is like Raiders fans, and then it's this little video. Yeah, it's a little meme, and he's like shooting himself in the nuts, and he's like, ah, yeah, that's exactly
I
what.
like laughing at the Raiders. Laughing at the Raiders.
Oh
is
yeah,
fun.
they're so fun to laugh
As
at.
a Broncos fan.
Well, then I should send you that. Then you can send that to anyone you know that's a Raiders
Yes.
fan. Yeah, you could send that
Yes.
to them by like
Except,
week
it's
4,
kind of
week
iffy.
3.
Yeah, but it's iffy whether they'll, beat us or not. Every single year, we never know how good the team is going to
Oh, it
be, so
doesn't
I better
matter.
not talk too much trash.
Doesn't matter. As
Um,
long as you get into the playoffs and just do better than them, you can talk shit all you want.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
yeah.
Unfortunately, we cannot talk shit about the Patriots, and it's
It's
really
disgusting.
unfortunate.
It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
the
is.
Broncos fans absolutely despise the Patriots, and it's because they are always better than us, and we hate it, and we don't want to admit it. But the one thing that's on topic that I wanted to actually mention is that Christians, it's really interesting. Christians make this assumption because they believe things without evidence. That the writers of the things that they believe are scam artists
Right.
and don't actually, have logic, things like that. Um,
Yeah.
they think that must be the case
Yeah.
for science and scientists as well.
Exactly. Well, you know what's funny to me? This is why I don't like talking to Build-A-Bear God believers, because they're so fucking arrogant. It's like they just and the reason I know, well, not only because of that person that was just up here, but I was once a Build-A-Bear God believer. I was a deist at one time, and I thought I had things figured out, and I was so fucking arrogant, And all I did was I just, you just shave away the things you don't like about your God, and then you just present this God that is just untouchable, unverifiable, that nobody can prove or disprove. Yeah. But not when it comes to gods, Rick. Yeah.
That isn't even talked about in the Bible. I mean, there's literally nothing but your own brain to back it up.
Right. It's just something that you just invented in the back of your mind, and that's all it is. So it just, yeah, they're just the worst. I'm seriously, yeah, because like I opened it up to that, and then now I'm like, you know what, fuck that. I think I can handle, like, I had 2 days of this, and I'm like, I'm done. I can't handle it anymore.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Also, yes, I just realized that Broncos fans were a bunch of haters. We just hate a bunch of teams.
Who cares?
We hate the Chiefs. We hate the Raiders. We hate the Seahawks. We hate the Patriots.
Oops. Well,
It's okay. It's okay. But see, you're like
We hate the
in the middle.
Steelers.
You're like up in the mountains, so it tracks like that mentality.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're way up in.
Everybody hates us too because they hate coming to Denver because they all have to suck oxygen.
Yeah,
While
exactly.
we're like
thin oxygen. Exactly.
Yeah,
Like they need extra oxygen tanks and shit. And like you're out on the field for 3 minutes and you're already wheezing and sucking air. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
There's a reason why the U.S. Olympic Training Center is in Colorado Springs.
It's in Colorado. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Yanni, how's it going? Yanni.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Yanni. How old are you?
I'm 20.
20. Okay. Could you tell us what pronouns you prefer people to use for you?
She, her.
Fantastic. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for waiting. And which God do you believe in?
Ooh, honestly, I don't think this conversation is gonna last that long. This is my very first time ever on TikTok Live, so I'm kind of
wow.
nervous.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Well, you picked a good one to come on. We're pretty chill here. I mean,
can tell.
the last guy
that's
notwithstanding.
Why,
Yeah, the last guy was
no,
pretty
that's why I
frustrating.
felt. I don't know. That's why I felt kind of motivated. I was like, "This is y'all are pretty cool."
Yeah.
But I believe in. I guess I'm Muslim, so I believe in the Islamic version of God.
Okay. Islamic version as a she, her. Okay. All right. And why do you believe in this God?
Okay, so oh God. Well, I came on and I'm already blanking. Like let me try to find the words. Okay. So I've been like, I guess
Here it comes.
figuring out oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue.
I feel like I've been like figuring out what God is recently. Like I feel like this is kind of the age where you start thinking. Like
Okay.
you grow up I'm born Muslim, so I grew up in it. And I was
Tracks.
like, I need to figure out what this actually all means. So TikTok has been an amazing source. Not obviously you have to be careful. TikTok isn't always amazing, but I come across these lives and I listen in and I see how I see a lot of Christians. I see how Christians communicate. I see their perspective. I hear them out. Okay, I have to wait. Hold on. Let me try to find my point. Okay.
No, you're good. Take your time.
What I'm trying to say is, I'm still figuring it out. I'm still figuring out what I exactly believe, but I do feel convinced right now about my version of God.
Okay.
It feels. I don't believe it's possible to prove God. I actually think that's the whole point. Islam is kind of like God did that purposely. That's kind of the whole point. You cannot prove.
Sorry to interrupt, but your mic is going in and out, and so sometimes you sound really muffled, and then and then you're clear. But it's just going in and out. So sometimes it's just hard to hear you. So I don't know if that's like maybe you're moving around, or it might be your mic or something like that. But might be the AirPods you're wearing.
I don't know, but let me figure. This is my first time, so I don't know.
Okay, it's working fine now, like right now, but
might be covering the microphone every once in a while. So just make sure that you're just kind of holding
my phone.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I was moving around because I'm like, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of, I don't know. This conversation is heavy. It's a heavy topic.
Yeah, it's heavy. It's all good. Just
but it's
I just want to
fun.
let you know so we can hear you. Yeah, because we're interested in listening to you. Yeah. Sorry. Continue. So.
I think that God can't necessarily be proven, and that kind of brings me comfort in a way, because if Islam were to ever say, no, this is proven, I would be like, no. But Islam says it's something that can really, you can only be what's it called? Pointed towards God. Like you can only you have to kind of take that leap of faith really to really confirm it yourself.
Okay.
But anyways, so I just want to get that idea of I'm not really here to prove God, but I'm here to explain why I'm comfortable with it.
Okay. Well,
so at this point,
are you comfortable with all parts of Islam?
I'm comfortable with everything that's verbatim in the Quran, what we consider to be the holy text.
Okay.
Now, anything outside of that, no, right? There are historical documents that I know a lot of people like to, pick at,
Like
especially
Aisha?
online, especially on TikTok. Oh my God, yeah. I mean, I've been on TikTok for like the past couple years. It's only been like the past couple months where I feel like that's just all I've actually learned it from Christians. Like I was
Wasn't
like,
that pretty
whoa,
big,
hold
though?
on.
I mean, that's pretty
Oh,
major.
okay. I forgot where I have to like explain myself. Okay. Yes, I obviously have like some context of this because I had to obviously like do the deep dive and actually learn what this said, where it came from, the source and everything. And I understand that on face value is like crazy. And I have to also clear that up that like I'm not just saying this is I don't want to make this sound like I'm justifying this at all. Anyways, but what I'm trying to say is this specific Aisha debate I see often, it came from an hadith, right?
Yeah.
Which is what we consider to be historical document.
5134.
Yeah, it's a historical document. Oh, I don't even want to get into like this because this has nothing to do with why I believe in God. This has actually no bearing on us really when it comes to our belief in God. This is just some guy from 1,000 years ago who wrote it, and we know that's why hadith can be quite. That's how we as Muslims, at least an honest Muslim, would say, hey, these hadiths they're not always meant to be reliable. Like these are the only thing that could be relied upon is the Quran, but anything outside of it, we have to heavily, I guess, decipher between it. And that kind of brings me a level of like, okay, at least their standards. That brings me a little bit of like comfort knowing that we don't just blindly believe in these hadiths because we acknowledge that it just came from a guy from 1,000 years ago. The chain of narration.
What about her own words?
Oh, okay. So this is how I understand it, guys. Let me. This is. You're not guys talking to. I'm not a scholar. This is just, but this is how I understand. So my knowledge is nowhere near like perhaps like other Muslims who spend
It's all
time.
good. And we're not asking you to be a scholar.
I'm not a scholar, and I know also you guys are also probably not as fully aware of the sciences of not the sciences, but there's like the procedures that go down in it's like deciphering whether a hadith is reliable or not. I'm not aware of it. I'm not fully aware of it either, but
I understand.
All I know is that we're not binded to it. We're not binded to hadith the way we're binded to the Quran.
Okay.
That is something I have to make clear. We're not binded to it. That's something that we use as like, it is our only way of knowing. It's just historic documents. It's our only way of knowing what happened in the past. Like,
is it true?
Some are no, some are not. That's the thing. Some are not. Some are,
Al-Bukhari true?
And there's like a grading system. Huh?
Is Al-Bukhari true? Sahih Al-Bukhari 5130. Right, but is what he said true? Did Muhammad
that specific one is debated amongst even Muslims. It's like the way I see it is like because it's so debated amongst us is like there's other historical documents that contradict it. Like there's other ones that say like the most honest answer I can give right now is I don't know. So because that's the truth, we don't know. I know Christians like to, or not Christians, sorry, anyone who's outside of the faith likes to, with bad intentions, sometimes like use it as an attack, which I get at times, but sometimes it just feels like, yeah, I'm with you, like I'm on your side here. Like I don't believe that that happened, but because there's other hadiths that kind of contradict the what's it called, the situation. Like there's details that don't match, there's details that go into like apparently she got married, she was really engaged beforehand, and I'm like, wait, so if she was engaged beforehand, how could she be that young? And there's another hadith that says, okay, so she was in war
because they liked,
and I'm like,
that would be how she could have been engaged before. If she was able to be married away at 6, what's to say that she wasn't engaged to someone else at 5?
4? Because it was like, or 4 or 3?
Yeah, what's the material difference between 3 and 6?
Oh no, there's no material,
There's-
but I'm saying like I'm just saying it just leads me to think like, well, that doesn't even line up then with. Okay, oof. This is a heavy topic, guys. Guys, this is extreme. This is a sensitive topic too, because it's like I don't want to misspeak and accidentally say anything that's wrong.
No, it's
But
all
there's
good.
also
Yes,
standards.
though, this is important for us to discuss because this because of the fact that this is
100%. But
Like-
100%. But let me just. I want to say something. The reason why I understand it to be, the reason why I'm so confident that she wasn't that young is because ultimately, we in the Quran. So let me not say this. How do I say this? Okay. So there's hadiths that exist that are just written by men 1,000 years ago, talking and narrating the prophet's life. That's the whole thing. That's why it's like Muslims. That's why we believe in. That's why it's important to us, because it's like almost imagine if there was like documents like narrating every point of Jesus's life, but we don't have any contemporary evidence of that sort, right? Like we don't have, but what I was gonna say, anyways, it's just we only use it as inferences to know like, oh, how to live. That's the whole point of why it exists. Anyways, but what? How do I say this? So the hadith that we believe in have to at least coincide, or I guess align with the Quran. So, and in the Quran, so how we measure what we believe or not is basically if it aligns with the Quran. So, and what is the Quran to us? It is a divine text. So basically, what is in the Quran? The Quran gives clear kind of these guidelines. Not guidelines, I guess, yeah, guidelines. It doesn't give an age of marriage. It gives specific requirements and qualifications you need to meet in order for marriage, right? So
Okay.
because of that, we understand that, okay, knowing that these guidelines would have had to have been met, there's no possible way that she could have been this young, even younger, like she said, because she mentioned how was the material difference between 3 or 6. She's right, 100%. But I think it couldn't have even been anywhere younger, because then at that point that is a
Let me ask a question. Can I ask a question?
It's okay, Yanni. Just let Trust kind of get in here and have the discussion.
Oh, sorry. Am I like rambling?
No, you're fine.
Hey, you just can relax a little bit because we want to have like a discussion, and so instead of kind of answering for Trust or continuing on, you can just kind of
I could definitely cite my sources. Someone saying cite your sources.
Yeah, so but what you can do is just kind of say something, and then you kind of have Trust respond, and then you might feel a little more comfortable that way.
No, for sure. Yeah, I know this topic isn't what I wanted to get into anyways, because there's so many people who can do much better than me.
Sure. Well, I think this.
I just wanted to. This has to do with God. Why I believe in God.
Okay. Well, what I want to, because the thing is that you would agree the Quran says to to emulate Muhammad, right? He's like the example. He sets the example for you as a Muslim. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course.
So if that's the case, then because look, Christians have, you can just fire back at them, because there's all types of shit about like selling their daughters into slavery and and God basically graping Mary to beget their savior. He didn't ask for consent.
I'm aware.
Yeah. So you can clap back, all day against Christians. So if they're coming at you,
they don't come at me. I'm simply an observer. I live in the comments. This is my first time ever.
I got you. Okay, I got you. So help me out here, because if Muhammad is setting the standard for you as a Muslim, then if you say you don't now, do you know whether because you said I don't know if he married Aisha at 6 and 9, do you think he married Aisha at all?
So, okay. I said the most honest answer an individual can give is I don't know, because none of us was there.
Okay,
but I like many other Muslims were just completely saying no, she was 18 and 19, and there's the math.
Okay,
there's many videos online. There's many videos online that kind of go into why okay, so this hadith says this and this is a game we have to play as Muslims. Like this is something we have to go
Sure.
through. Like it's not like we have to
Okay.
look at, and basically, and it's just disgusting really when I find Muslims who say like, yeah, she was 6 and what about it? Whoa.
Well,
Just you
yeah.
might as well just like
Okay.
what is wrong with you? Because the way I see that is like you are better off in good faith by saying you don't know, because
Okay.
you can't even confirm the fact that she was, you can't really confirm it, because ultimately like there's so many sources that kind of point the other direction, that kind of lead you to
So-
thinking she had to have been older though, because
Okay,
how
so
can
she
have
was
participated in
older.
war?
Right.
How
So
could she have?
well, she
Yeah,
was
and
older,
I'm
like
like,
18,
yeah.
19. Well,
And
help
also
me
it
out here.
fits the prophet's character.
Okay, so see, I think that's just it. So
I know,
are you
but-
saying then that a 50-year-old man, 50, whatever he was, 52, 53, he was over 50. Are you saying then that it's good character for a 50-year-old man to marry an 18-year-old girl? Because you're 20, right? You're about 20 years old. So what if one of your friends said to you, one of your female friends said to you, yeah, I'm getting married and he's 55. Are you good with that?
Yeah, I feel like I've been over speaking a lot, and I know when you start speaking a lot, it makes you seem like you're like a little like there's like
It's
you're unsure
nervousness.
of what you're saying.
No,
Yeah, I'm just
I don't
nervous.
think I think you're
And
just trying to
also,
find you're
and
finding the
only reason why
words. I
the
think
only
your
reason why I'm
conviction is
silent in
there.
this one is
Yeah.
because the only reason I'm silent is because this would require knowledge of the biography of his life, like not and also understanding that like yes, at that time, like marriages were definitely not like as young as like you were just like you were walking 2 years ago, like you were crawling 2 years ago. It couldn't
course.
have like
But
that's insane when people but when it's
is
like
it but
because
see,
of
here's the
but
thing. Is
I
it
don't doubt
Children
her being
were
my age.
actually could
I
have
don't
been
sorry.
betrothed. Children could have been betrothed from a very young age. That they were parents were even setting their children
think
up
19
even before even before birth.
even before
uh,
birth?
for the sake of their families, for the
Yeah.
the peace between families.
Yeah, this happened all the time in the Dark Ages, the Middle Ages, the Renaissance. It
I'm
happened
aware.
all the time, all around the world. Yeah, it happened
Even
all
till
around
now.
the world. Even till now, I just read
Like,
about it happened
people
in
are
Afghanistan.
disgusting.
It happened in Afghanistan just recently. So
I know that,
She
but I
we're
could
with
have,
you on that.
She could have been
What
that
I'm-
young, is what
Yeah.
we're saying.
could have been, but even
I-
if you take the age of 18 or 19 years old, this is what I'm
19,
saying.
18 is
Okay,
the one
even if you
I'm
take
most
even if we
likely-
grant
but I
that,
know what
even
you're
if
saying.
even
That's
if we
still
grant
problematic.
that, if
Hold on,
one
yeah.
of your but hold on, if one of your friends told you they're marrying a 50-year-old man, are you good with that?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Right?
I want to
So
say
that
no, but
doesn't
also
that doesn't seem that
there's
still
no
doesn't
but. The way but sorry, I'm interrupting, but I this is why I didn't want to spend too much time, because I think think it's like this requires an understanding of like I do like that still happens. Does that not, like people with huge
it happens,
once you
but
become an
what
adult,
I'm asking
once
is
you-
is it good character? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm not necessarily like dodging the question. I'm not dodging. I just don't know how to answer, because it's like I do think at that point is not morally wrong. I just think it's weird, especially in this time. Like
Yeah, it's weird.
If you're at least above, if you are like
Okay.
my age, you
Yeah,
could marry someone that old.
What okay, now do you
But at that point, it's like what
you-
is but there would
Okay.
have to be context of that situation. Like why
you
is it that
think-
they married?
Yeah, do you think though
And there was context as to why they even knew it, why they even got married.
what do you think is the probability?
It wasn't just like
of-
I love
Well,
you. You know, it wasn't that.
yeah. Well, hold on. Let's think of the because this was it could have been an arranged marriage, but then there's consummation that happens here. But help me out but this is kind of what this is kind of what we're getting into. This is what we're talking about. Hang on. This is what we're talking about.
Right.
No. This is what we're talking about. So what we're talking about here is subjugation, right? And so nowadays we can look at it from this lens nowadays. So you would say the probability that your friend chose to marry this 50-year-old Okay. Would you say that's it's a much higher probability today than say 1400 years ago, right? Would you say that? Would that be fair to say?
Do I think it's a higher probability now? This is
a
a
higher probability that your friend, like, let's just take a friend, and this friend told you, let's just imagine there was a friend, this friend told you, hey, Yanni, I'm marrying a 50-year-old this weekend. Can you come to my wedding? Okay. You would be weirded out by right? Okay. Understandably.
Yeah.
Now, do you think there is a good chance that she chose this?
Okay. So that, okay.
You see where I'm going with this?
How do I say this?
Do you think she chose this?
I know that it was consensual because ultimately that
Perfect.
Because you know why? Do I know why? But that's also that. But the only reason why I don't know. The only reason why I know it is because ultimately I'm part of this faith. Like if you're not part of the faith, you're not going to believe in the Quran. And basically, if you believe that he's a prophet of God, and you believe that prophets are sinless, and you believe that prophets follow the guidelines of whatever God set out, and also there's also other hadiths that talk about Aisha's perspective. There's many. I think there's hundreds, thousands of hadiths. Like she wrote about a third of like all the historical documents. Most of what we know about Muhammad as like Prophet Muhammad, as the most of what we know came from her. So we know a lot from her perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Have I personally deep dive, which is why, and you guys can probably tell I have not deep dive, because
thumbs up.
But yeah, that's all I was gonna really say. Like I could.
Ems.
Oh,
Yanni, this is my friend Ems.
Oh, I know this guy.
Okay.
I see him in other lives. He has a very deep voice.
Yes, he does.
Wait. Actually, okay.
It's a very sexy voice.
I think honestly, he's going to this is going to go beyond a level that I could obviously contribute to, and I just want to talk about why I believe in God, not necessarily like specifically. Yeah, I've seen him in other lives. I think I'm gonna yield because I don't know if I can like. I can't. I've seen him before, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I could. I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
I don't think.
How about this? Do you want to? Because I think we have another Muslim. We have another Muslim.
How fast was the win?
I may have to come back.
That was fast. Well, there's another Muslim. Yeah. Well, there's another Muslim in the guest queue. So, Yanni? Do you want to just stay up and just be quiet, and then we can talk to this other Muslim?
Okay. So basically, we have to like.
You don't have to say anything. You can just stay here.
We have to stick on. We have to like.
You can tag team.
We have to like stick on this conversation. Like we have to like get. We can't like move on.
That's where I like to take this, because and the reason why it's important because you would because it's not comfortable for you, and that's why we want to talk about this. Because
it's not comfortable because obviously, but I've already kind of explained that like ultimately hadith aren't like they're obviously hadith aren't the most reliable source. Like that we agree that some of them are weak. This one specifically is popular because it's like, what the heck? It's like, but also, there's so many other hadiths that kind of contradict it, and there's other hadiths that kind of there's also context of understanding.
Contradict what? Wait.
We're talking about.
Let me finish.
About Aisha. Hadith.
Sure, there's not a single hadith that contradicts
5134.
Hold on, not a single one.
I'm gonna end it here because I don't know. This guy. I'm sorry. I don't trust M a little bit.
All right. Well, why don't you just chill? We'll cook Yusuf up above M's. We'll cook Yusuf, and you can just watch.
It's okay. I mean, it's just so fun how every Muslim conversation kind of leads back into Aisha. It makes me think like, why can't we talk about?
That's all they got. That's why.
Like what?
We got much more, Yusuf. We got way more, bro.
Talk about like things in the Quran.
Hold on.
That like
because
I'm not blinded to, you know?
Because if it happened, it's horrific.
Yanni,
Happens,
Yeah.
it's horrific. That is why.
all your ancestors
That is
are
why we
horrific.
care, and
All
that
your
is why
ancestors are
we make.
horrific.
Stop, Yusuf.
You got to stop talking, Yusuf,
That is
please.
why we care, because of the fact that if it happened, it's horrific. The very prophet of
is
this
horrific.
God harmed children, and that is like the point that we would want to stick on. We like whatever else that is said in the religion is kind of secondary to that, to being to the P3Dophilia.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just feel like it depends on what you choose to accept. Like, if you accept the other hadiths that kind of explain her life story, that say like, oh, she participated in this or she done this, or there's also explanations of like people at that time would write 6th and 9th as in like 6 and 9 years after puberty, because there was no birthday, there was no keeping track of age, there was
She
such
was
a
still
different
playing
like
with dolls, though. That's the problem.
She herself said that I was a child playing with my dolls.
Yeah,
She didn't say
that's
she
the
was a
problem.
child. That's a lie.
That was
okay,
that was
so-
the problem.
Okay, do you know? Okay, another thing I was gonna say was that like, why I don't get why Muslims and even people outside the faith, like, you guys are so like, you guys, I know, so this is great, but I'm saying like, I don't put that much value into hadiths, like especially some hadiths that are like, oh, that's a little weird. Okay, probably didn't happen. Move on. You know what I mean? Because ultimately, nobody is from men.
Yanni, that's okay. That's okay.
Like, I'm just
You
confused as
you
to why
can-
people
Yanni,
like, and also
Habib.
the exact wording of like.
Wait, hold on,
take a
hold on,
breath.
Yanni. Hold on, Yanni.
Okay, can I
we
just go, guys?
can
I
leave.
think I'm done.
Yanni, we
okay.
can leave the hadiths alone, and then we can go to the Quran. The Quran allows you to sleep with children.
Yeah, I think I should. I'm gonna mute.
You
Okay.
gonna mute up? Okay. Well,
Yusuf,
okay.
do you
So
disagree with what I said?
Yep.
okay.
You
So
disagree?
tell me where to go.
All right. I just
Yeah,
want to
bro.
know why.
I want the tahrim.
Why
I
does
want the
this?
tahrim.
Why
Can I
does
drop?
this prove
Sure.
God?
Yeah, you can drop.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and drop. Thanks for coming up, Yanni.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop.
Yusuf,
All right, we got you. We got
Yusuf,
you.
can you show me the tahrim of marrying children? Go ahead.
You can't cause harm to anyone, but during
Sure.
sex.
Could you
So
tell me?
obviously, if you're gonna
Sure,
marry,
sure.
if you're gonna marry
We're
a child,
gonna get there.
Can
We're
I
gonna
finish?
get there.
That'd be great.
There's a
Yeah, that'd
distinction
be great if I
between,
could
before you
finish.
continue, there's a distinction between
Oh,
marriage and consummation. You agree, right?
yep.
Okay. So, where are you not allowed to marry children? Go ahead.
So there's a difference, like you just said, between you can consummate whenever. You can consummate when someone's not even born.
Okay, hold on.
And then-
That's
No,
not
no,
that's
no,
not
no,
what
no,
he
no, no,
asked.
no.
Hold on, Yusuf. That's not what he asked. He asked.
Wait, that is. Wait, just
hold on.
just a second, host.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yusuf, you know what consummate means, right?
Say it again.
Do you know what consummate mean?
Like engagement.
No, consummation means to sleep with.
That's not true.
What?
That is literally the meaning of the word consummation.
All right, let's look up the definition of consummate. So, what is it? How do you define consummate?
He thinks it means engagement.
Like promise to.
Promise to?
No.
That's in the Islamic. That's how we look at it.
Okay.
No,
So
that's
you
not
can
how
look
it
it
is
up.
in Islam.
Look it up. What the consummation meant between Aisha is
Habibi,
spouse to
Habibi.
this age.
The marriage happened. The marriage happens first, then
So why did they
then
wait
the
till
consummation
nine?
of marriage.
Why did they wait till
Again,
nine?
could you again? We have
Why
to
did-
we
why
have
did
to
they wait
define
till
terms
nine?
first.
Can you-
Yusuf,
why did they wait
we have
till
to
nine?
define terms yet. We
Why
have
did
to
they
define
wait?
terms. Again,
Okay.
could you
Why
listen?
did they
We have
wait?
to define terms.
Okay.
We have to define
Can you
terms.
see,
Why did they wait
Yusuf?
till
Can you?
nine?
Wait. Hold on. Everybody, stop. Okay. So, behavior-wise, Yusuf, I'm not gonna tolerate that. All right. So, unless
it's just
okay,
not
if you're
fair
gonna,
when-
okay, but
when
if your behavior is
have to
gonna
be
go that
fair,
way, okay, please stop talking. Please stop talking. If your behavior is gonna be like that, if you're gonna be like that, start talking mess, then you're gonna start having to cite things in the Quran that allow you to do that, because I can guarantee you that's not what your behavior is supposed to be. So let's not do that. All right.
Yeah, but you have to allow me to speak, and you can't allow others to cut me off. But when-
Yusuf,
look, he's doing it now.
you
He's
think
doing
the
it
word
now.
consummation?
He's doing it
Yeah,
now.
So-
I'm doing it because you think the word consummation
That
means
guy's
to
like evidence,
engage.
right? This is
Okay.
evidence.
So let's
Again,
stop
the word
here.
consummation, you think it means to engage.
Can
So
you
go.
read?
Yeah,
Can
so,
you read
no,
what's
I'm
above
trying
my
to
head?
engage.
Okay.
When I
Can you read
talk,
what's
you guys
above my
cut me
head,
off.
Yusuf? Read what's above my head. What does that say? This is the definition of consummate. What does that say?
Yeah, well, you have to. Oops.
Can you see it? Is it too small? Do I need to make it bigger?
I can't see it, but let's. If you tell me it means to have intercourse, you have to prove that the Islamic version of it, whatever the Arabic translation for consummate, means the same thing.
It's a dukhul. It's a dukhul. والدخول هو the night in which you have intercourse with your wife. It's literally the direct translation of the word in Arabic is entrance.
With your wife?
With your wife.
Yeah, but he wasn't married to her till 9.
No, he was married to her at 6. He says
He was married to her at 6.
No, but why did he wait till 9?
He waited till 9 until she can bear it.
Where does it say that? Show it to me.
It says that in Kitab al-Um.
Bear what?
كتاب الأم
Bear
again
what?
باب النكاح again كتاب الأم by Imam الشافعي باب
Bear
النكاح
what?
says
Because
bear
the
intercourse.
hadith we use is from Aisha, right? To prove the age
Sure.
that she got married.
She says again that he تزوجها, meaning married me when I was a daughter of 6, and then بنى بي, which means slept with me when I was a daughter of 9.
That's ridiculous. All right, let's pull it up.
Pull it up. You don't even speak
I've
Arabic or
never
English,
heard
mashallah.
in my entire life. This is crazy. Anyways, okay, whatever. Let's just say everything.
We grant that.
Okay, so how does this prove? So what age do you think you should start sleeping with anyone? What age?
There is no specific age.
So you can sleep at any age.
No.
Okay, so what age?
There is not a specific age upon which you can start sleeping with people.
So any age then.
No. If that is,
What do you mean?
are you sure you have good comprehension? Like,
There's no
is that
age.
what you got out of what I just said?
Where it's wrong, right?
No, that is not what I said.
Okay, so what age could
I
you
said
start
there is no
sleeping with them?
cutoff. There is no objective cutoff upon which you can start sleeping with people.
So you could, okay, so what if someone slept with someone at 5? Is that wrong?
That's wrong, yes.
Why?
Because again, that is a literal child. They cannot consent, number one. Number two, you're
But you
damaging
said
them.
age. You said there's no significant age.
Did you just
So
you just
you
ask
have no
why is that
comprehension skills.
wrong?
Yeah,
Of course
I
he's a
want to
Muslim,
know
he's a pedophile.
from
He
your
has to be.
standpoint why
This
it's
is
wrong.
wild.
Okay, well, prove it. Why is it wrong?
So you as a grown-ass man, Yusuf, you as a grown-ass man,
Silence.
you're looking for answers
There is
to
no
why sleeping with a 5-year-old is bad,
Okay,
right?
so why is it wrong?
I'm asking you, you as a grown man,
You're asking me
don't
why
know
it's
why
wrong?
it is wrong. Huh? Yeah, because in Islam it is not wrong.
It's harm to cause harm
No,
during intercourse. So yes,
No.
Look how they're switching it.
There's an
everyone.
acceptable.
Look how they're
there's an
switching. They can't
acceptable-
answer. So why is it
Nobody's
wrong from
answering.
your perspective?
Again, if you're going to overtalk, you're going to get muted. Number one. Number two, there's an acceptable level of harm/risk attributed to everything you do. So within intercourse, during intercourse, for example, the vagina is going to have micro tears. You could have, for example, a risk of getting a STI or urinary tract infection. There is all risks and damages and harms that could be caused during intercourse. But there's an acceptable risk or level of harm that's attributed to everything. When you go to scholars, some of them
we're not
attribute the
talking
level
about
of
the
risk.
level of risk. We're talking about the physical harm that's
Yes.
caused by having, penetration.
Sure.
He just told you about the physical
So
harm.
why is it wrong in your aspect
every
as
woman,
atheist?
again,
Why is it
Habibi,
wrong? Can you guys answer?
every
That'd
woman,
be great.
every woman,
I answered your
again,
question.
Could you mute
Okay.
him when he overtalks me?
Yeah, I'm
please?
muting
Just
because
keep
you're still
muting.
talking and yeah.
So every woman is at risk or is going to have a specific type of damage or harm, quote unquote, that is done to her during intercourse. This is still acceptable because there's a level of risk and a level of harm that is acceptable within the Islamic definition. So when you go to scholars, some of them say that if the girl is not too small to the point upon which her anus and her vagina are going to become one, then that is not accepted. Then the ghusl is necessary upon her.
Talking about this is wild.
And I can show you the sources.
Okay, fantastic. I could look at those sources. But so from your point of view, why is this wrong?
You're a grown man asking me why you can't sleep with a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I want you to prove it.
Okay, I'm
why it's
telling you.
wrong. I can just say,
Sure.
it's wrong,
Because
right?
a woman
that's
cannot
easy,
consent.
but I want
A
you to
woman
prove
cannot.
it. Okay, look.
A 5-year-old.
He's cutting me off again. You
Mute
keep
him
talking
again.
for-
Okay. He wasn't done
So
talking.
a 5-year-old cannot consent to your pedophilic penis going inside of her.
All right,
No,
is
I'm
he
done.
done
Go.
talking? Can I talk?
Okay.
Can we
I
be
guess go ahead,
fair?
pedophile.
Can we be fair?
Sure,
Okay,
pedophile. Go ahead.
fantastic. Now, I'll look at the sources. I'll do my homework. Now I want to ask, why is it wrong from your perspective? From your,
Could you repeat
don't
what I
ask
said?
me.
Go ahead.
Don't ask. I'm asking you.
Could you
I'm
repeat what I
asking
said?
you why it's wrong. Go ahead.
Yusef, he just told you.
He just told you. Were you not listening this entire time?
He has no comprehension skills.
Say it again. Say it again.
Okay.
Oh,
A 5-year-old
Jesus, this was like
is
a
unable
5-minute
to consent.
explanation. Holy shit.
Okay, go ahead. Putting your pedophilic penis in her.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Okay. He has no comprehension skills.
Okay.
This is the reason. Oh, because a penis is going in her? Yeah, penis goes in
That
the
is
girl.
not what I said.
So how is that
That's
wrong?
not what he said.
Again, as I said, you have no comprehension skills.
Consent.
Consent.
Okay. This is just, wow.
So you need consent. As long as there's consent, it's fine, right?
You can't get
If you have
consent
consent
from a
cannot
child.
consent,
If you have
period.
consent, yes, it is
Says
okay.
who?
If you have consent, it is okay, yes.
Says who? So it's okay
Says
with the
who?
child. if they get
Okay.
consent.
Says the fact. No, the child cannot consent, you pedophile. Okay?
Okay, define a child. What age is a child? What age
Are
is
you
a child?
fucking
if someone
kidding
has
me?
puberty-
You don't know what a child is?
Splitting hairs.
Are you
No.
really
You
doing
guys- why
this?
you
You
get so
don't know.
frustrated?
You don't
Oh,
know
come
what
on,
age a child
relax.
is.
Relax.
You don't know what age.
Yeah, what
no,
age? Tell me.
it's frustrating because you're just giving off some really weird PDF file vibes, bro. And
No,
it's
I
just-
want to know.
And I don't. I
No,
really
100%, you know,
and I
say
don't
my
want to.
God
I don't want
says
to.
it's wrong.
I don't
want
want
to. Why you guys?
I don't
think
want to
it's wrong.
further this conversation any more than I have to. But if you're gonna
You
go
guys
down
are the
this
ones who
route,
can't justify why it's wrong. Not
what are
me.
you talking
I
about? I can
think
totally
it's wrong,
justify it all day.
Why
You,
it's
you
wrong?
just
We
assume that
are
we
told
can't
that.
justify it. I don't
Okay,
need
go
to
ahead.
fucking
I'll hear it.
justify it. We're
I'll mute up.
asking you. We're asking you. You
Why?
came up here
So
because.
atheists don't need to justify. It's
Okay.
fine. Whatever we
Do you
say,
see? Do you see this
lolly,
question
lolly.
above my head? Do you see that question above my head? What does that question say? Does the fucking question say, Yusef, ask me how I justify PDF philia? Does it say that? Or does it say,
Yeah.
what is your best evidence that God
Why
is
can you
real?
ask me that? Does it say God's real? Let's talk about that then. Why are you asking me about pedophilia then?
Because
that was
because
the topic of the last
you're the
conversation.
one that chose to
You
come
cannot
up here
take
and
it.
start talking. That's why.
Oh,
You're the
there
one
you
who chose to come up here and start
It's called double
talking.
standards, man.
No, it's not
Okay,
called
so
double
can I
standards.
ask you about it, or you're only allowed to ask me about it?
Okay.
Very
So
clear.
okay, so if you want to talk about, because you're the one that opened your mouth about pedophilia when the young lady was up here.
I want to
That's
talk about if God's real. That's what I want to talk about.
That's what you
Can we talk about that?
decided to come up here. So
No, I didn't. I wanted to talk about if God's real. It's my first thing I said, what does this have to do with God being real? That's the first thing I said when I came up here.
okay. And so are you seriously saying, okay, so if you want to put this to bed, okay, thanks for the $10 super chat, Pseudo Science. The only good PDF is an unalive PDF, jellyfish. Oh, and there we go. There it is. So I was really hoping we'd go to the Quran with like 41, 9 through 12. I was really hoping that, but when we've got a person who was like, well, what age is a child? That just, I want to fucking take a
good
shower.
thing he
after
has
that.
his picture on.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And
So
the comprehension levels are akin to people from our area that usually are born from cousin marriages. So
everybody cover your drinks. But let's bring Yanni back up. Okay. Let's bring Yanni back up, and how about this? Yanni, we'll get off of Aisha. We won't talk about Aisha anymore. We've got plenty more that we can talk about as far as God being real. Is that fair? I know this was a little uncomfortable for you.
No, I just came back to be like, honestly, that made me so uncomfortable. It made me uncomfortable. And
I'm
it
with
made me
you.
uncomfortable for the reasons of like, I feel like Muslims can never escape this box of like Aisha, because there's some Muslims who be like, no, I can show you that that's not the case. And then some Muslims who just kind of surrender and be like, yeah, okay, what's wrong with that? And it's like,
so you see that, yeah, you see
there's
why
two
what he
sides of
said was
Muslims where it's
insane,
like,
right?
wait, let me just finish, please.
Go ahead.
I just want to finish because and that's what makes it so difficult. Even like I feel like I'm trapped in this box of like I want to just talk about the Quran, because that's something that I without a doubt, like I what's it called? Like I can like I have to actually I can be held accountable to that. But when it comes to hadith, I just feel like, okay, like I don't know who wrote that, and even if he wrote it, like I don't care. Like that's just kind of like the hadith is discussing hadith, but I don't care in the sense of like, sorry, let me be careful with my words. I don't care in the sense of like, whoever wrote that, ew, like you're going to hell type of thing. Like that's how I mean I don't care. And whoever believes in it, you also are going to hell. Because it's like, if you're using that to justify it, you're not even using God's words. You're using a text, a hadith written by a man thousands of years ago that could also be justified. That could also be justified otherwise. And that is the only reason why I'm comfortable with being in this space, because I know ultimately it's not in the Quran. If it was in the Quran, I wouldn't even have a discussion. Like,
Yeah,
but because
it is.
that's just kind of how I
that's what
feel.
we're trying to explain to you. It is.
What's exactly Aisha age is in the Quran?
No, the Quran doesn't. The Quran allows you to marry from birth.
Oh, okay. What the hell, bro? What are you talking about? Sorry.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll take you there.
Divorce.
No. I mean,
divorce.
in the sense, the only reason I said that is because, like, this is not the first time, but, like, I feel like I've heard this man say this. Oh, this M guy.
Yeah. Here,
He's
go
not
ahead.
good
Keep
faith,
talking.
guys. Okay, sorry. What do you mean by birth? You know what? You can explain it, but, like, what do you mean? There's literally conditions of, like, it has to be consensual. It has to be of
No, it doesn't have to be consensual if
maturity
the
of
child is
age.
below. Sure. Consent of the woman is only taken if she's above the age of 9 or puberty, whichever is sooner. That is number one. Number two, below the age of 9 or puberty,
Could you slow
whichever is
down?
sooner, the consent is taken from the father, not from the daughter.
Okay, actually, can you repeat that? Because, like,
Okay.
wait, just be very
Consent of the
slow.
girl is
And
only
I'm just gonna hear
taken.
you out.
Sure. Consent of the girl is only required if she's above the age of puberty or above the age of 9, whichever is sooner. And before the age of 9 or the age of puberty, the consent is taken from the father.
You cannot get married before puberty.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so there's quite okay. You're saying
Every
that,
single scholar agrees
but
that you can marry before puberty, yes.
can we? Okay, I'm not like, you have to bring verses, bro, because
Sure,
I wish
65
I can't go tit for tat. I can't,
Sure, 65
but I can tell you for a fact that, like,
Sure,
this
65
is the Quran. If we're talking about the Quran, the Hadith, yeah, I can't argue
65
against that. But when it comes to Quran, like,
Giving you the
65
verse in the Quran. 65.
can you write it? Can you write it? Can you write it? Or
65 4.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick search. Okay, 65:4. Also, keep in mind you're not talking to anyone who's like really knowledgeable about like
It's
a
okay.
scholar when it comes to these. Like, I'm knowledgeable in the sense of like,
It's okay. It's okay.
I know this doesn't exist.
It does
65:4.
exist.
65:4, you said?
Yes.
Okay, interesting.
It describes a waiting period
So
after
you choose
divorce
to.
or
So basically,
sure.
it says,
Just
as
a
for the
second,
woman
just a second.
past the age of
Past the age of
menstruation,
menstruation, the
in
waiting
case you
period
do
is
not
3
know,
months, as well
the
as
waiting
those who have
period.
not menstruated yet.
Every single explanation of this was always about, okay, this is every single, because ultimately you do understand that, like, the Quran has to be like, it, what's it called, like, you obviously don't take the very, you don't obviously, how do I say, you don't obviously take the interpretation, not interpretation, how do I, I'm confused because it's like every explanation of this was always like in relation to women who are past like menopause, I believe. So like,
Yes,
well
that is
into
the
the
first. That is
40s,
the
well
first
into 50s.
category. Habibi, habibi. That is the first category. Then the second category is,
Okay.
and those who have not yet menstruated. Who are those who have not yet menstruated? Who are they? They're not your grandma.
It doesn't say yet. It just says those who have
It
not. It
does.
doesn't
It
say
does.
yet.
Wallahi lam. Again, wallahi lam.
Okay.
The lam negates the
Don't
past
start.
up into the future.
Look. Just look at
Just
the
a second.
translation.
Just a second.
Look at the translation.
There's
Look at
multiple
it doesn't
translations.
say.
There's Habibi. There's multiple translations. The one you're
I'm
looking
not
at is
Arab,
Mustafa
bro.
Khattab. Again, the one you're looking at Quran.com is Mustafa Khattab. Mustafa Khattab is the most disgusting scumbag on earth. Number one. Number two.
Who
Lam,
is?
the word lam. Again, Mustafa Khattab.
Oh,
Again,
sorry,
the
guys. I
word
don't mean
lam.
to. Guys, this conversation is difficult. Like, I
The
don't
word.
mean
Just a
to
second.
get my
Just a
emotions
second,
high.
please. Just a
I'm
second.
sorry, guys.
The word lam negates the past up until this point, meaning they have not menstruated any time in the past up until today,
The thing
meaning they
is,
have not yet menstruated. Number one. Number two,
okay,
when you go to all of when you go to
please,
different
yes, I can't
translations,
understand
when
your
you go to
words.
different, go ahead.
Can you repeat that last part again?
Okay, so when you read the word lam in Arabic, it means it's a negation of the past up until the present. So when we say those who have
Oh,
lam
really? Okay.
yahidna, that means those who have not done the haida in the past up until the present,
Okay,
meaning
what
they
is
have not
haida?
menstruated.
Don't start just
Menstruation.
saying random words.
Menstruation. It is not
Okay.
random words, it is your Quran.
Okay.
So they have not menstruated in the past
It doesn't.
up until today.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
So that means they have not menstruated yet. Number one. Number two, when you go to different translations, if you open up different translations
I am
within
looking at it, and none of it
Quran.com,
is saying what you're saying. I'm being so
no, they do.
dead ass right now.
Yes, they do.
Nothing
Yes,
is
they
saying
do.
what you're saying. I'm looking at
Yanni,
it.
Oh, really? So,
Yanni,
It
this
is
is the
so-
language Ims speaks. This is his native language.
Okay.
So he is reading the Quran in Arabic.
Okay. Okay. That's not okay. I understand what you're saying, Hammy.
Jamil. And then when you go to actual linguists, when you go to mufassirin, those who do tafsir, when you go even to the hadith of the Prophet, he explains this as those who are too young to menstruate. Okay?
Okay, I'm
When
gonna
you
go.
go,
I can't. People are saying that like I'm having a hard time accepting wrong. The only reason is because I'm reading it. It doesn't say that, and
it
ultimately
does.
you don't ultimately.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
Who are those who have not menstruated?
In the tafsir, right? In the explanation.
Which tafsir? Because Ibn Kathir says, وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِدْنَا, meaning those who are too young to menstruate. Verbatim.
Yeah. You want to share your screen? You wanna.
Yeah, I'll share it on. I'll put it on screen. Just tell me where to go.
Where it doesn't
Ems.
say because guys.
Go to.
Oh,
You
I
have
feel like
a
I got
built-in
myself into
translator.
like a difficult
Wait, hang on, Yanni.
conversation.
Hang on, Yanni. I gotta hear Ems so we can go to the.
You have
Not really,
a built-in translator in the browser, right?
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Go to tafsir.app.
The only reason why I'm having a
Tafsir.apps.
hard time because believing it, what he's saying, because every other,
Yanni, we need to go there. Calm
every
down.
single person.
I know. I have ADHD too. Just calm
I
down,
know,
please.
but every other single person explained it as after.
There it goes.
Yes,
old age.
there's three
Everyone.
categories, ya habibi. There's three
And
categories.
it's like all of a sudden you have a
Again,
different
Yanni,
interpretation.
listen.
Hold on,
Listen.
on, Yanni.
There's three categories. The first one is those past menopause. The second one is those before menstruation. The last one is those who are pregnant. You need to read the verse and actually comprehend what it says. Did you open the tab?
In what world would someone before puberty? What are you talking? Like, how's that?
So
okay,
it
now scroll
translated
up,
it.
scroll
Look at
up.
that. Yeah, it translated
scroll
it.
up.
Am are you an ex-Muslim?
Now scroll up.
Were you Muslim before?
Yes.
Or-
Hold on. Let me make my sorry, Ems. Let me make my screen or my window a little bit bigger so you can see what I'm what I'm seeing. So yeah.
Wait,
I got
what?
This is tafsir.com or app.
Now
Excuse
scroll
me.
up.
Scroll up. I'm at the
Scroll
very
up.
top where it says
Okay.
Quranic researcher.
Do you see the two small boxes?
Two small
At the top.
boxes.
There's like two small boxes on the left. At the
Now
very
when I
top.
click on it, it says projects and then nukaya.com.
No.
Can I look at
Could
the
you
site as
share
well?
Could you just a second? Could you? It's on the screen. Just calm down, please.
Tafsir.app.
Just could you expand the browser so you can see the top part? Because I can't see the top part.
I'm gonna learn today too. I'm gonna learn.
Yanni, please let Ems and trust because
scroll up.
can hear Ems when you're talking.
That's at the very top. That's the very top of my screen. That's all I see.
I think you scroll down. Scroll back up where it says the interpretations, etc.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
You see the big box? There should be two more boxes on either, like on the side of it.
You know what? I think it might be because it's not.
there
I
you go,
see. There it is.
There
Okay,
you
because I had to expand. I'm sorry. Okay, so
see,
let me
right there.
let me translate to
right 65.
65 right here. Okay. 65.
And something came up, right?
Yeah.
click on it, and then to the one next to it, write the word the number 4.
Okay.
Now translate it back to English.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, and yeah, the reason
Now,
why
now show us. Go ahead.
Oh, the reason why it wasn't doing because I didn't have it full screen. That's why. So it didn't
Yeah,
show
you
the
didn't.
boxes.
Now, do you see something called the Great Interpretation of the Interpretation of the Great Quran by Ibn Kathir?
Let me see. Let me try this again.
It should be on the right.
Great. Oh yeah. Interpretation of the Great Qur. Qur. Oh brother.
Now,
Okay.
Now, could you show the full screen?
Yeah. I'll show the full screen.
It's
Okay.
all the way over for us. We can't.
Yeah.
See it.
Give me a second, guys. Give me a second, everybody. Okay. Is this better? Can you guys see that a little better? Okay. All right. All right.
So now, do you see the like the 3 red dots?
Yes, right here.
So take 2 sentences above and then translate them on Google Translate.
Okay, 2 sentences above, like these, like this section here.
Yes,
like this.
from where you have the cursor on. Sure. Translate all of that.
Okay, so.
Can you? Where is this PDF? I also just want to
It
look
is not a
into it.
PDF. It's a website. Now, could you read, please?
Okay.
Yes, I see it. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow this up so everybody can see it. Let me just do some adjusting here.
What is
Give
the
me a second.
website? Tasfir.
Tafsir.app.
And like,
It's in Arabic.
It's all Arabic. Yeah.
so you chose to Google Translate. Why don't you just look at the wait?
Because I can read the
what is your
language.
process
I
of
can read the
doing this?
language. Sure. I can read the language, but you wouldn't trust me, would you?
No, it's just shouldn't you just go to the actual website? The actual
This is the website.
No,
That
this
is
is
the
like
website.
just
The
go
website
to
doesn't
the
have translation.
translation.
The website does not have translation.
Wait,
It doesn't have the it doesn't have the
whole-
translation.
Yeah,
That's what he
because
said.
again, we're not English. We're not Western centered like you. Our
Yeah.
quote
This
unquote
doesn't have
religion
it. It doesn't
is
have it.
Arabic.
What
So-
are you talking about, bro?
He's saying that this part.
I know, but
Johnny.
this is the first time I'm ever hearing all this. A
Right,
website
but
that doesn't have any translations?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? You think that is special? Find me a single English website that has an Arabic translation. Come on.
Yeah, and it
Wait,
doesn't
That
translate
is
all
so
the way over.
Western centric of you.
a single English website? Okay, that makes no sense. Okay.
So it's all in Arabic, and so he's asking me to copy the part that's relevant, and then I'm going. This is the translation from the Arabic to the English. Okay, can everybody read that?
No, read please.
This is actually. Oh my god. Okay, guys. Just okay. Can I? I mean, okay.
Yanni, can you read this, please?
Google Translate. Okay.
Can you read what is on the screen?
Trust, you need to move it over just a little bit more.
Okay, to the left or right?
To the left.
Left.
Yeah.
And can you read it, Trust? Because apparently
I can read
Yanni
it.
doesn't want to read it.
I can read it. Okay, it says God Almighty says, explaining the waiting period of a woman who has reached menopause. That is a woman whose menstruation has ceased due to old age. That is 3 months, in place of the 3 menstrual cycles for a woman who menstruates, as indicated by the version of Al-Baqarah. Likewise, the young girls who have not reached the age of menstruation, their waiting period is like the waiting period of a woman who has reached menopause, 3 months. That is why he said, and those who have not yet menstruated.
And you see, when you translated the verse to Google Translate, it uses actual Arabic grammar, and it adds the word yet. Now what? And actually, if you go Trust, go back to the website. I'm going to show you something even worse.
Oh boy. I don't know if I want to see this.
Turn off go out of the commentary. Click out of it. So do you see the Al-Bayan Mosque?
Al-Bayan Mosque, yes.
So the guy who wrote this book, if you scroll down, he says that this is the waiting period of the prepubescent girl after her husband has entered her.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah, it's sort of translating it. I think it's doing a pretty good job. So I might be able to just find that here. You said waiting period?
Yes, but it's going to mention waiting period too many times. Look up after consummation.
Okay. Oh, it doesn't say that. Yeah, it's not.
Okay,
so it's like putting
maybe
it.
maybe
it's
after
translating.
entering, maybe like
Enter.
enter the word enter. No?
Yep. Among those who
Yeah.
have entered their husbands, there are 3 months. So this must be it right here.
Wait. No,
And
no.
who
I don't think
despairs
this
of the
is it.
menstruation of your woman if you arrange the ruling in
Oh,
them?
wait. As
Is
well
this-
as the number. Read the last 2 sentences. He says, as well as the number of what?
As well as the number of those. Okay, you guys can't quite see that. So let me
I
move
think
it
the
around.
translation might be off.
Okay. I'll have to fix this so you guys can see it.
After entering.
Okay, as well as the number of those who did not hug from the neighbor to us. Yeah, the translation's all fucked up.
So it says that those who have not reached menstruation from the prepubescence, if their husband have divorced them after entering, meaning entering in Arabic just means to like entering the vagina.
It's rough. That's rough. Oh, do you think you can read it from here? Like you can tell me to stop?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just tell me when.
Yeah, it's close. No, go back up. There's a delay, so go back up. Scroll back. Go back up. There we go. There you go.
Where is it at? Below or above the three? There's a 3 dots. Where is it at?
No, scroll back up again. Oh, there you go. Do you see the end of the first paragraph on the screen?
Yeah, the top one, like
the
here.
last 2 sentences. Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Just take the last 2 sentences only.
Okay, let me see if I can.
The entire 2 sentences.
It's because of the Arabic. It's weird.
Right to left.
It's hard to. Oh, it's right to left.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, it's just weird to. It's weird to highlight. It's weird to grab it. It's different. So I'm sorry.
No,
I can't.
No. I meant I include. Yeah, there you go. All that. Go ahead.
All that. Okay. So I'll have to put it into translate. Here, I'll do a different window. We'll duplicate this tab and we'll do a different window. So we can see the whole thing. Okay, there we go. All right. And then I'll have to move this around again. So give me a second, everybody. Thank you for waiting. And then I'll move it around so we can see it. Okay. Okay, is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. So if they are divorced and their husbands have consummated the marriage with them, their waiting period is 3 months. And those who have not yet menstruated, meaning the same applies to young girls who have not yet menstruated if their husbands divorce them after consummation. Wow, that's rough. That's really hard to read. That's very, very difficult to read. So, Yanni, you seeing this?
Yeah, no. Google Translate is paid by Israel, so it's probably like Zionist propaganda.
I'm sorry, you Israeli by any chance?
The fuck?
Oh, definitely
Okay,
not.
just had to make sure. I don't know. I mean, it happens. I've heard the rumors.
You went to fuck.
I've seen
the
them.
rumors. Wait. What rumors? Go ahead.
Oh, let me be more clear. Rumors in general, not towards you. Sorry, let me be clear. Sorry about that. But no, I've seen M's around. Like I don't know how he popped up. Is he normally in your lives?
Mm-hmm. Anytime a
'Cause the
Muslim
moment
comes
I
in,
started
he pops.
talking
Well, anytime a
about,
Muslim,
I'm omnipresent.
yeah, he's
Yeah,
on.
it like I was like, oh, let me just join. Wait, what did he say?
He said he's omnipresent. He's everywhere. But
No, for
anytime,
real.
yeah,
I see him all the
anytime a
time.
Muslim or somebody with like
He like pounces.
just like just sets
you know Bloody
misinformation
Mary?
about medicine.
Yeah, just say.
I wasn't even trying to
Allah
spread
3 times.
misinformation. I just said like I don't know.
I love that.
See,
Anyway.
anytime someone says, yeah, I follow Islam or Muslims, it's like there's a sensor in M's head that goes off and that says,
He's like Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And so he finds where they are and then he comes there.
Like I don't
I
have
know,
to.
but
We don't
like,
have to
M's,
even call him
though.
anymore. He just comes.
M's though, like let me at least like talk about the prompt. Like I just wanted to talk about the prompt. like talk about why God exists. Like, you know, because usually when Christians, I mean, the Bible I know has crazy things, but like usually they
You
just
think the
talk.
Bible has crazy things? Have you read your book?
No, okay, you understood my point. You understood my point. The Bible has crazy things. You can say that. I can still say that, and I'm just saying like they can
Yeah.
still
Mhm.
they can still talk beyond it. I want to talk about like the theological aspect of why I believe, because that's I wanted to address the prompt, but I do understand like why you guys like to like
You're
I don't
talking
know like,
about how the Bible has crazy things. Doesn't the Quran say that Muhammad not only split the moon once, but twice? Because the first time nobody saw it, so he did it a second time when
It
people were
doesn't.
present.
It doesn't say that nobody saw it.
wait guys I
Oh.
didn't concede. I didn't like make any like what's the word when you say something. I didn't mean
Concessions?
to like concessions. I'm not addressing the
Oh, we
Quran. I
know.
just
We know.
that sentence will just take it as literally as I took it. Like I didn't mean any underlying meaning. I know people say like, oh well, if this is crazy, don't you know your
Yanni,
book?
by
Like
the way, how old are you? Because you sound pretty young, like very young.
oh no, I am oops. Well, it's my first time on live, so maybe you guys can tell that like I don't know, maybe I come
Oh,
across as very hasty. But I'm 20. I'm 20.
okay, okay.
I just know my voice. I hope
Feasible,
I need to
but
make
you
sure
sound
then
young.
clearly
Well,
I'm
I thought you were
I
going to
need
change your answer.
my
So,
tone. No,
okay.
I am. I just need to make sure then my
Well, hold
voice
on.
comes
What
across.
year were you born?
2005, guys. I'm in college.
All right. Okay.
I believe her.
No. We just want to make sure because you got to be at least 18.
My
So we just want to
fault.
be. No.
I'm
You're
gonna
good.
go now. I'm gonna go. I would next time. I mean, if I could talk about just like generally God and like the existence of God.
Sure, but
You know what I mean?
okay.
Like the theological aspect of just like why I just believe there's a like creator. But even beyond that, like I know that if we get into the weeds of like the religion specifically, like the hadith specifically, that's not my area of expertise.
We
And I wish I
understand.
could contribute.
Well,
But I just
Yanni,
want to talk about like
respectfully, I
like
don't
how the
think you have areas
previous
of
guests.
expertise.
I just wanted to talk like just contribute and add on my ideas.
Understood,
based on
Yanni.
what
I think the thing
they
is
said.
though is when especially like when we encounter a young Muslim woman, we want to bring these to your attention because this is, because this is in your culture too, right? I talked to a Muslim woman, an ex-Muslim woman, a woman who was an ex-Muslim a while ago, and she talked to us about how
What was
her
her
mother.
culture?
I
Where's
don't
she from?
remember. I don't remember where she was from, but she said
Okay.
but definitely. I can't remember, but she did say that her mother and her grandmother were both in arranged marriages, and when they bring the idea, when they recall it,
Arranged marriage? No, that is the normal. That is like the normal.
Oh, I'm sorry, not the
It is
no,
unnormal.
the one that's
It
the
is
bad one, the really bad one.
No. I meant that
Child
is the
marriage?
norm in our societies. No,
Child
like arranged
marriage?
marriages are the norms
Yikes.
in Muslim societies. Like it's unnormal to have a love marriage.
Yeah, they were. Excuse me, I misspoke.
And
The
wait, what
child
country?
marriage.
What
They were
what's your
both.
culture?
They were both married as children, and so I'll let you answer in a second, Ems. But to finish my point, they were both married as children, Yanni, and she said both her mother and her grandmother are like irreparably harmed by it, and that she
My
can
grandma
tell.
was married at 10.
Yeah. So that's not right. Yeah.
What culture do you come from?
It doesn't matter, does it?
Okay.
You were almost right. You were almost right.
You just mentioned that
Geographically
it's like unnormal. So I was just wondering, like, just
It is normal, yes.
honestly, more cultures more than others. So I was just wondering which one was yours.
Northern Africa.
Okay, Why are you being okay? Okay, it's fine. You're right. You don't have to. Northern Africa. Okay, North African. Cool.
Now, Yanni, is Arabic your native language, or how much Arabic do you know? Oh no. Okay.
You don't have. Yeah. Okay. We don't have. I mean, Ems is really on me. I don't know. I'm scared of him, low key.
I'm not on you, I promise.
You
I'm just
I thought
telling
everything
you,
I
your
say is
English is
like
not your
being
English
high
is not your first
religion.
language. It's obvious. You don't have to run.
No,
from it.
because I
It's
was gonna
obvious.
say like you don't have to
I mean,
know
Arabic.
Arabic. Actually, you don't have to. And I thought you were gonna be like, well,
Technically, according to scholars, every
You
Muslim has the
don't.
duty to learn as much as they can from Arabic.
you learn based through your own language. Yes, that's how you. But I
Not
might
based through your own language. Again,
look.
according to a Shafi'i,
Look,
he says that
I
every Muslim has the duty to learn as much as he can from Arabic.
Okay.
Yeah, and so
Next
this
time,
is why we're just bringing it to your door. That's all. Is because, yeah, I mean, because it just seems like that women tend to in Islam tend to be subjugated, and and it
seems to be,
happens. Yeah, seems like it. And in Christianity, same thing. We have what are called trad wives. You probably know what that means. And I have trad wives come up on my lives, and it's clear that they've been indoctrinated, and it's awful. It's awful. And so we just, we would love to see you study to be a doctor or a scientist or a lawyer or something like that,
I mean, this is not a fight I can take. I know I can't win this battle. I know.
There is no fight, bro.
No, I mean,
there's no
listen,
fight. We're not fighting.
I can't really engage. I can't really like explain exactly.
It's okay.
Like, I understand that's like, okay. I don't want to make any statements. I was gonna say I understand the culture is what it is.
The culture is influenced by religion.
You guys connect that back into the text.
No.
And
The culture,
wait, Ems,
the
let me
culture,
finish.
Yani, the culture is
I know you're
connected to
gonna
religion. You do realize that?
Huh?
You realize the culture is influenced by religion, right?
Yeah, but
For example,
Ems,
Western culture.
I
Go
wanna.
ahead.
I don't want to engage in this. I don't want to engage in like how I don't know how to justify it because I can't, and I know this is a corner that a lot of Muslims get into.
Yanni, the problem is like you keep bringing these things up, and then whenever we want to talk about it, you're like, "Well, I don't want to talk about that."
No, I'm not bringing. I just want to talk about why God exists. Why I think God exists. I don't want to talk about. M is like really harping on the fact that like, hey, this is it.
But the thing
I'm
is, you're saying that
he's not.
You're what's happening here though is like, for instance, whenever it comes to this particular topic, you just sat there and said that that you understand as part of the culture, but you can't relate that back to the text. And M's is like,
I said people connect that back to the text.
Yeah, and you're saying
because
that
I understand why people connect it back to the text. I understand why people do that.
Okay, so
that's a fair statement.
Okay, so then when Ems was going on about that, you're like, oh, but wait, I don't want to talk about that. Then why bringing it up?
Because he said that like, oh no, the religion is the culture, and I'm like, that's not what I said. I just meant it's connected
religion
back.
is connected to culture. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, we agree then. Yeah, we agree.
Yeah. But if it's just your God now, but what is your belief based on?
Like,
your belief in God based on? Is it based on the Quran?
Okay. So. Okay. No. My belief in God is basically just like kind of. Yeah, I guess you could say it's not just through the Quran. It's just also just through. Yeah, I guess it is. I guess it is.
Okay.
That's the best way. Because also I just ultimately just it's also just an intuitive thing, and that's something that just all theists say. This has nothing to do with Islam specifically. This idea of just like I feel like there's a creator, and then the Quran specifically.
Sure, but what in the Quran convinced you? Sure, but what in it convinced you?
What in it convinced me?
Yeah.
Honestly, it was the absence of what in it specifically convinced me. That is
good question, huh?
I mean, for me, it's guys. For me, guys. I'll come back prepared for this conversation.
Okay.
I'll come back prepared, because I can't. Right now, Islam not looking good right now. So whatever I say is kind of meaningless because everything that Ems is saying, there's another scholar that says the complete opposite.
Nope, not a single one. Not a single one.
Are you?
Not a single one. I promise you, not a single one. This is not.
I have never.
It's not. Yanni. It's not like I've just randomly decided one day to wake up like 5 months ago, for example, and start learning Islam. No, not a single scholar that is actually attributed to be a scholar. Just a second. Not a single scholar that is actually attributed to be a scholar says anything different than what I said.
You were both making truth claims. We're both making claims right now. I've basically every other scholar I've seen, basically all do not.
You can't
go
see
with your
scholars because
thing.
the actual scholars that make sense or that not make sense, that do count for anything, are dead, and they've been dead for 1,000 years. You cannot see them.
So I think you might be confusing scholars for apologists.
With the
No, guys, what do you mean apologists? You mean like regular people?
a guy on YouTube with like a beard and like calling himself Muslim apologist or Muslim lantern or the whatever Muslim. Those are not actual scholars.
I swear that's not where I'm getting my information. That's just
Then who are you getting it from?
like not just a regular Muslim, like a bearded guy, guys. Like that's not how it works. Like just basically, first of all, like
Yeah, my source was Ibn Abbas, the cousin of the Prophet. Who's your source?
how do you have even like how do you have that, guys? How do you have
you gotta show her your screen.
Wait, actually no,
this is a trip.
We just read. We read quotes from Ibn Abbas. No, we do have quotes of Ibn Abbas because we have collections of tafsir by Ibn Abbas. We have a hadith of Ibn Abbas explaining Quran. We have a hadith of the Prophet praying that Ibn Abbas is granted the knowledge of the Quran. We have explanations of the Quran by the Prophet. We have explanations of the Quran by the Sahaba like Umar ibn Khattab and Abu Bakr and Uthman. Yes, they've all done that.
Yeah, Yanni, he's got a whole tablet full of this stuff. Like I've seen it before.
I'm talking about current day. Wait, why are you going back into like? Because ultimately, is the current
because those people lived with the guy, so they would understand what he was saying. If I lived with the guy for 23 years, I would understand what he's talking about.
No, I mean,
Better
yes,
than you.
Those are the resources we're using, but ultimately, who's interpreting it now? Who are you listening to?
It doesn't matter who's interpreting it now. Okay, if I have a verse and I have the interpretation of the Prophet, and then I come today and I have some random YouTuber called Muslim Lantern, who the fuck am I going to take?
Are you using? The direct words of the Sahaba?
Yes, the hadith use the direct word of the Sahaba, yes.
Okay, and the direct words, but don't ultimately that... Okay, are you sure you're Muslim? Because ultimately you know the fact that...
I'm not Muslim, no.
He's not Muslim.
No, but like ever been like, are you sure? Because ultimately you know the fact that it is like, how do I say this? Like, you read the documents from the past, and then the current day scholars like they explain it, right? And
sure. Name a single. Name a single. Okay. I'm gonna meet you in the middle. Name a single modern day scholar that is actually a scholar that has went against those. Like for example, Ibn Baz, Ibn Uthaymin, Al-Albani.
These are
any
modern
of those
day
names?
scholars.
Those are modern day scholars. Ibn Baz literally died like 20 years ago.
Okay, just give me the full name. You know, I'm gonna look into this. I'm gonna look into the exact
Ibn Uthaymin,
the exact name of
Al-Albani, Ash-Sha'rawi.
Just give
Ibn
me...
Baz, IBN, BAZ. Ibn Uthaymin, IBN, MEN.
This is on my YouTube, Yanni.
ALDAINI.
Oh, okay. Maybe he just said it's on his YouTube.
Yeah. You can just go to my YouTube. Yeah, just watch. Yeah, watch the live back.
Can't you just bring that up? Can't you like put your screen on and just write IBN BAZ?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Hang on. You're gonna rely on me typing this shit out? Okay.
No. It's okay. You don't have
It's
to.
just 6 letters. Yeah.
IBN
and then
It's for all of us,
BAZ.
To actually look into this.
You think this guy is not a modern scholar?
No, I didn't. I just said that. I just asked if he was.
Yeah, everyone I mentioned right now is a modern scholar, and none of them disagree. Number one. Number two, actual scholarship is literally just countable on one hand or two hands by most in the entire world. So a random guy you see who has like a master's degree in Islam that is not a scholar, he's a student of knowledge.
Okay. And what was the name of the IBN? What?
Yeah,
and then BAZ.
IBN BIZ.
BAZ.
Okay.
Oh,
and then and then what was the next one?
Well,
that's it. Just search it up.
Okay. IBN BAZ. There we go.
And she stole my heart. It is not Ibn Biz. Biz means titty, so son of titty. So don't look that up.
He saved you. He saved you, Yanni.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I've been bad. I see.
Yeah, so just press enter.
Bruh. Wait, this guy literally is ancient. Oh my god. Okay.
Ancient? What do you mean ancient, bro?
Okay, no.
Well, according to her, he died before she was born.
Never mind. Look, I'm gonna go now, guys. Next time, I want to
All
talk
right.
about the prompt.
Okay, we'll
You
talk
know?
about the Quran. Oh yeah. We'll get into on the
The
Quran.
prompt, like just
Oh, the
just more of a
prompt.
philosophical
Okay.
idea of why I believe in God,
Okay.
not just like the nitty gritty. Because ultimately,
All right.
trust
Okay.
me, I'm not. I
Deal.
don't have the details and the knowledge. I can't go.
Okay.
I can't. Ems, you are a strong contender. I can't go up against you. I've seen other people who probably can, but just not me.
Okay.
I want to see you in other lives and actually talk to like another Muslim besides me, because
I have.
I was not. I didn't put up. I didn't.
And I'm not
do it
impressed
now.
yet.
No, obviously no, and I know because yeah. Anyways, I
Not
just want
about
to
you, I
next time
meant
I'll just talk
generally.
about why I believe God is real. That's it.
Okay.
Now,
All right.
anything else, guys?
Okay. You know what? I'll make that promise to you, Yanni, because usually when I have Muslims come up, I go straight to Aisha and
Yeah, I
all the
know.
nasty
It's
stuff
great.
in the Quran. Yeah. But okay,
And I was
we'll
like,
have
I don't know.
we'll have more of a general discussion. I promise. I won't take you there next time, okay?
Okay, no, it's okay. It's okay. I understand why you guys do. I understand.
Yeah.
And I definitely did research, but apparently all my research according to Ems is wrong. Everything.
Okay, wait.
everything I've
What
seen.
research have you done? Yanni. What research have you done? Could you walk me through the process of doing research?
Walk through the process of research.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I said I wanted to go, but like in like the Quran and then the Tasfir.
No. For example,
Reading it,
I
and
give you a
then
topic. I
also-
give you a topic. For example, the topic of
Ems-
conditions of marriage. How do you research that?
Okay, but how do you research it? I mean, I feel like everyone on this live should look it up, and then read it, read the exact verse, look at the Tasfir, and then
There is no verse. Now what do you do?
the conditions in marriage. You just.
There is no verse that says that. What do you do then?
What do you mean? There's no verse that explains the
There's
conditions?
not a
of
single
marriage?
verse that tells you the conditions of marriage. How do you find the conditions of marriage?
What? This is why I can't argue with Ems, guys. I
I'm
can't. I'm
telling
gonna go
you,
now.
you don't even know how to do
There
research.
is. And
You
I
haven't
mean,
done
there is in
research.
the sense that, like, how do we know then? How do we know the conditions?
How
of
do you
marriage?
know? The
I'ma
way
go
that you
now.
know the conditions of marriage is through the Sunnah. It's through the Sunnah and through Sharia. And the vast majority of the conditions of marriage are mentioned in the Sunnah and the Quran.
Okay, understood. You said it all comes from the hadiths and not the Quran. Okay, understood.
The vast majority of the
Okay.
conditions of marriage do come from the hadith and do come from implied verses. For example, when it says that contracts upon men are validated through 4 witnesses, or 2 witnesses even. So the 2 witnesses, that applies to contracts of marriage. But it doesn't mention marriage and doesn't mention the conditions of marriage. It
The
doesn't
reason
mention
why I said
that women have to
research-
consent. It doesn't mention anything.
People are saying is because like I didn't think it was this, like, usually it's quite simple. You just look up a video, they explain it, and
Looking up a
it
video is
doesn't
not
lead
research.
into
Videos
it
are not
doesn't
research.
lead into like what basically
Sure, videos
Ems
are
is
not research.
implying. Like
Videos are
and-
not research.
But like honestly, you're right. The step by step, like actual like proper college research, no, because ultimately it's easy to find. Just look it up. Watch any person who just pulls with a verse. Not any,
Sure.
like,
Now I have. Okay, I can show you
like so many other
videos.
people
I can show you
already did
videos,
the
for
research,
example.
you know.
I can show you videos of men
And I'm not
doing
look,
the
I'm not,
doing the
look,
same
but
thing
I'm gonna
and
do what
coming
you
to
said.
the
I'm
opposite
gonna do what you said.
conclusion. How do you
I'm
find
gonna do what you said.
how do you find who's right and who's not? Relying on YouTube videos is not research, and you should
I
know
know.
that.
Yes. You need to
What's
find
your major,
people
by the
who-
way?
The thing is, this isn't actually
Yanni,
like.
what's your major, by the way? If you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get. I mean,
It's okay, fine.
yeah, I don't want to get.
The reason I
into
was
too much
asking,
about,
I
like,
wanted to know if
my
it's
life.
sciencey. Is it sciencey or social?
I do science. I do science. I know.
Okay. Then you should know that YouTube videos are not sources, right?
No, that's not what I meant. Because I'm not really. I'm not in a good state of mind right now. I'm gonna go. Okay, guys.
Okay.
All right.
I didn't make YouTube videos.
Okay.
I didn't mean you confused. I meant to say like it's actually like it's so much easier to find information regarding the stages, like the steps to marriage, and it's not what Ems is suggesting here. It is not.
Nope, it is exactly what I said.
I want everyone in this chat to go and like just do that themselves. Let's just do it. Just like 'cause you
Sure,
realize
look
it's
up English
not.
apologetics
It's not
for
Ems.
Islam, targeted to Western audiences. Sure, perfect.
I know it's not just says me. It just says like. Okay,
Maybe actually look at the scholarship, Arabic scholarship that is targeting a Middle Eastern audience.
Hey, listen,
We're not scared to
Yanni.
offend.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Yanni. Okay, Yanni, we're okay. We'll let you go, Yanni. I know you've been trying to go. Yeah. No problem. No. We'll let you go, but yeah, come back another day and we'll just talk about God. Okay.
Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's
Bye.
okay. Bye.
She clearly did not want to hit the disconnect button, so like, all right. She wanted to go, but
that made me not want to have children ever.
Yeah, daughters be like that sometimes. So
anyways, I'm gonna be dropping. Thank you for that.
As always, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, I gotta say, the reason she was up here was because she just kept saying I'm gonna drop and she wouldn't drop. So I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna drop you because. And you know what the funny part is, Hammy, is that the first time I dropped her, because I said okay, because she's like, can I just drop? And I'm like, yeah, sure. So I disconnected her, and she requested back up.
Yeah, like, and the thing is, it's like
that's why I brought her back.
Like, one of the things that I have a issue here with what just happened is the fact that she was perfectly fine with talking to us, who, like, for more or less, like, who she thought wouldn't know much about the religion.
Yeah, that's what it
The very
was.
second M's got up here, then all of a sudden, no, I don't want to discuss this anymore.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And okay, that's fine. We can have that, but see, I don't think the general, I believe in God discussion is not it wouldn't have gone that well either. I mean, yeah, we'd have been chill, but but see, here's the thing. I even held off, I never called him. So that was the funny part, number one, but I held off because I wanted to have like more of like a chill discussion with her. Right. And it never went that way because she just kept like saying stuff. So I'm like, okay, well, we're gonna do this. I guess we're gonna do this.
She does this thing where, like, and it could be nerves. Like, I'm not gonna say like it's
might have been.
She just keeps going, and she will not listen to the people who are like, hey, hold on.
Yeah.
And so, like, she just kept going, and it's like,
it was nerves.
And so this is the problem whenever it comes with nerves, is that whenever you're nervous, you start digging that hole, and instead of saying, hey, maybe I should take a step out of this hole that I'm digging, you go deeper. Like, well, I'll just dig myself out of this. And it's like, you're not going to dig yourself out of it. Exactly. You're just going to dig yourself into a deeper hole. That's it.
Exactly. So I was trying to move it. I was trying to shift it. I wanted to talk about, the earth being created before the sun. I wanted to talk about that, but we just couldn't like move to that. I was trying really hard, but she kept saying stuff, and then Ems kept responding, and then we just kept circling around the whole thing around Aisha and oh boy, and child marriage. So we just couldn't get off of it. I tried very hard, but anyway, wow. And just, I did not. Okay. So I don't know if, no, the bingo cards do not say anything about a Muslim asking why it's wrong to to go into kids. I did not have that on the bingo card, and that will never be on the bingo card. So nobody had that on their bingo card today. I know that for a fact, but that was something. And yeah, sorry, the live got restricted. I did appeal it, but apparently I didn't win the appeal. So I don't know what happened. But luckily, Pseudo V Science helped us out. But all right, I gotta close up shop for the weekend because it is Friday, and by attrition, we have Forever Atheist here. He's the only mod left on TikTok, and then we've got who do we have on YouTube? Oh, we have Rainbow Ash with the $2 super chat. Princess Preach, yeah, absolutely. And so we have Rainbow Ash on the other side. So yeah, we need Muslim stuff on the board, but so far we only have M's. Yeah, that's all we have. Maybe I'll do a separate one for Muslims. Maybe I'll do a separate bingo.
Yeah.
So
that one particular topic will never be on the bingo cards.
yeah, exactly. All right. Well, hey Yanni, yeah, just come back another day. We'll just talk about God in general, and and wasn't meant to stick M's on you, but like I said, we just kept drifting around this whole Aisha discussion, and it was, we just couldn't seem to find our way out of that. But okay, we'll do that next time. All right, who are we gonna rate? Who can we rate? Oh, and please, everybody, please let's show our gratitude to Forever Atheist and Hammy for that matter. We can follow Hammy, follow Forever Atheist if you don't, and also Rainbow Ash, Blaster Master 80, thank you. Pseudo V Science was there, thank you, I appreciate you. A Mormon one with golden plates, that's fantastic. Love to hear that. So I've been, and if I was a little bit Ian raid, let's do Ian. Let's do it. Ian's on. Let's go raid Ian. Let's go. Let's just do Ian. I haven't raided Ian in a while, and Ian is on both YouTube and TikTok. So let's raid Ian. And I was a little bit distracted at the end because I'm trying to set up a co-host thing with Born Again Atheist. Like we're like in the talks to do that. So hopefully that will go through, because that would be really, really cool if Born Again Atheist and I do a collab. That would be really, really fun. So I'm trying to work on that. All right, so let's go raid Ian. Allegedly Ian. If you don't know who Ian is, just type allegedly Ian in your search, and you guys know what to do. So other than that, did TikTok fix the co-host glitch? I'm not sure. I don't know. I think it's okay because Hammy's been here all day. So I think that's what we're talking about. But anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. Love you all, and see you on Monday. So take care. Good night.
Yeah,
bye. Yeah, it's on YouTube, Yanni. It'll be on YouTube.